All right, we got everybody here. I see Meredith is here. Dean,
Yes.
Jeff, Jim. All right. Well, as soon as it's at 7 o'clock, we'll initiate this meeting.
Mr. Chair, I have 7 o'clock.
Very good. All right. We will call the February 18th Corcoran Planning Commission to order. And we'll do a verbal roll call. Chair Jacobs here. Commissioner Dickman.
Here.
Commissioner Scholak.
Here.
Commissioner Varenkamp.
Here.
Commissioner Wu.
Here.
All right. All right. For those that would like, please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty
and justice for all. Okay, great. All right, move right along to number 3, agenda approval. Now, may I just remind everybody that the agenda that we had 2 weeks ago has been altered to the one today, and that is the order of which the new business has been aligned. I hope you all took note of that. And I did not get the minutes. I don't know if I missed an email on that, but I don't have minutes from February 4th. But it looks like everything else is up to par. Is there any comments, questions, or changes to the agenda?
Mr. Chair, I did not go back and look at the order in which we're doing things today, but I was hoping to be able to move item 6D to the beginning of the line, just because of its attention. And I believe a lot of people are online, and I'd like to get that out of the way before we talk the other 3 items, if that's possible.
And that was done.
Okay, all right.
Yep, that was done. So they'll be the first new business.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you for doing that.
The packet online has the February 4th minutes. Do the other commissioners have the February 4th minutes?
Yes.
Okay, so we probably do need to, we could take action on that, or we could table that to your next meeting.
I'm pretty sure we didn't do all that much. All we did was approve the minutes from the previous 2 meetings. So I'm comfortable with going, at it without it. I'm sure that our other commissioners, if there's anything that seems that needs to be revised or called out, they'll find it. So I think we move right along. So do I have a motion then to approve tonight's agenda?
I'll move. Faircamp.
I second Shulak.
All right. All those in favor of approving the agenda? Jacobs, aye. Dickman,
Aye.
Dolak,
Aye.
Varenkamp,
Aye.
and Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
All right, the agenda is approved. Okay, now before we go on to open forum, I'd like to just take a minute and make notice
Mr.
for
Chair.
our new, yes,
Oh, excuse me, never mind.
okay.
I was just gonna ask
We
you.
have, the city of Corcoran has a new planning Manager, Natalie Davis. And Natalie, welcome to the city of Corcoran. And hopefully you'll find that this commission is easy to work with, and hopefully, but we're good enough to challenge you and get the city's business done in an orderly and right way. But would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself, where you came from?
Sure. I just want to make sure you can hear me. Kendra said she couldn't hear me earlier. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Okay, I am just came from Brooklyn Park. I was working there in their planning division for a few years. I have a undergraduate's degree in urban planning with Augsburg College in Minneapolis. Actually, it's Augsburg University these days. And I'm currently attending Vermont Law School remotely for an environmental policy degree. So I thought that with the focus on natural resources in Corcoran, that this was such a great fit. And I'm so excited to be able to work with you all to make this a one-of-a-kind community.
Well, very good. Well, welcome again. And, you know, you have some big shoes to fill from Kendra and her team. She has done an outstanding job for us over all of these years. And while we will always miss her constant involvement, we look forward to having someone in the office day to day. So there's a couple other items I wanted to mention. Brad is at a Parks and Trails Commission meeting tonight, so he won't be joining us. I don't know if the rest of you knew, but Mike took up a new position in Public Works, and so he won't be running our meetings anymore. Jeff, Mr. Dickman, I understand that you are not going to seek a position on the Planning Commission meeting or on the board again. We will miss you and thank you for your time and your dedication. Hopefully maybe you'll have so much fun tonight, you'll reconsider.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a good couple, 2.5 years. I've appreciated getting to know all of you guys and the city folks that we've worked with for staff, professional staff. Just a family and business piece that I know the time commitment that this takes. So it's unfortunately that's kind of taking priority right now as we get into the very, very busy schedule that I know that's going to be ahead of us for 2021. So hopefully it's returning back to the active citizen for a little bit, and we'll see what the future holds, but we'll still like to stay active, just in a different format.
All right. Well, we can all respect that. So, but again, thank you for your time, and we will miss your involvement.
Thank you.
All right. Well, with that, we will move on to open forum. Now, this is an opportunity for anyone out there wishing to address the Planning Commission. The caveat here is that this is an opportunity for you to speak. But if it is an item that is on the agenda, we would prefer that you withhold your comments until that agenda item is called later in the meeting. So if you would like to speak, I believe you raise your hand, and when you are brought on board, I think, Natalie, you are doing that. Is that right?
Yes. So members of the public, so callers who are on the phone, they will press *9 to raise their hand. Everyone else over Zoom should be able to raise their hand using the reactions button, which is found along the bottom of your screen, that toolbar that should pop up. And I will be able to call on people and help them be unmuted.
And this is for items that are not on tonight's agenda.
Not on tonight's agenda. And if you do raise your hand to speak, When you begin, please state your name and address for the record.
Correct. So it looks like we do already have one caller who would like to speak. Caller ending in 8839. You should be able to just press *6 on your phone to unmute when you're ready.
Yes, the name is D. Sicora, Sicora. Address is 6410 Elm Street. And in the last meeting, Matt covered the need or not needing a fire station for Corcoran. There's a question that has been asked over the years, but I haven't seen any documentation, that if Corcoran does not have its own fire station, and we do rely on others, is there extra cost to the resident that needs that service? Or is this built into taxes? Is supposedly your insurance company picked this up, or does your resident get a bill because we are using outside sources? So if anyone knows the answer to that.
Ms. Sikora, the commission here certainly would not be in a position to answer any of those questions.
Okay.
I know that because we don't have a fire department, we don't pay taxes for such a luxury. If there's a reimbursement, if services are extended to your property from someone else, you'd have to probably get a hold of Brad first, Brad Martins.
Yep.
And they would be able to address your question far more accurately than we could ever throw darts at.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
I will get a hold of Brad. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else, Natalie?
There is no one else raising their hand at this time.
Okay. Well, we have a lot to do here tonight, so we're going to move on to item 5, which is the minutes from February 4th. Are there any comments or questions from my fellow commissioners on those minutes? I see Jim signaling no. Dean?
No, everything was good on both, but as far as the December minutes, no issues.
Okay, Meredith? Mr. Dickman?
None for me.
Okay,
I'm sorry, no question from me.
all right. Who would like to make a motion to accept the minutes?
So moved, Aaron Camp.
Second?
Seconded, Dickman.
All right. All those in favor of approving the minutes from February 4th, notify as such. Jacobs, aye. Commissioner Dickman,
Aye.
Commissioner Scholak,
Aye.
Commissioner Varenkamp,
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
I
Okay, the minutes are approved. Okay, on to new business. Our first item up, we have a public hearing, request for preliminary plat variance and administrative permit from Wright Hennepin Cooperative Electric at 19835 Larkin. And we will start off with Kendra's presentation, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a request that the council reviewed partially in January when they granted a wetland delineation waiver for Outlot A. Outlot A is part of the plat that's not proposed to be developed on the north end of the site. The applicant did complete a wetland delineation for the Lot 1 portion that they're proposing development on. The property is guided low-density residential for the portion where development is proposed, and zoned urban reserve, which is a holding zone until sewer and water is available. This property is in the MUSA, the Metropolitan Urban Service Area, where sewer and water are planned to be extended, but it is in the phase 2 of the staging plan, meaning it's not intended to get sewer and water until sometime between 2025 and 2030. This is the subject property. It's a roughly 40-acre piece at the southeast corner of Larkin and 116. Just south of our downtown industrial park. The property does have mixed guiding and zoning. The north half of this 40-acre parcel is guided mixed residential, and the south half, where the substation is proposed, is guided low density residential in this portion of the site right here. Again, the zoning shows the property as urban reserve. As a holding zone, the intent is to keep large parcels of land in the holding zone so that when sewer and water becomes available, it's easy to subdivide the property and provide municipal services at an affordable cost. This is that same 40-acre parcel, Larkin and 116. This shows the area where Right Hennepin would propose to carve off a small lot for an electric substation. Right now, it is mostly a vacant farm field. There is a bit of one of the Gulf holes that extends into this northern portion of the site, but otherwise a fairly flat vacant parcel. So the city's discretion this evening varies from very limited to very high. The discretion in approving a preliminary plat is limited to whether or not the preliminary plat meets the standards in the ordinance. The city has a very low level of discretion in approving a preliminary plat if it in fact does meet those standards. However, we have a high level of discretion with a variance because the burden of proof is on the applicant to show that, that the variance standards have been met. The applicant must show that all 5 of the variance standards have been met in order for the Planning Commission to recommend approval of a variance. And the administrative permit, normally you wouldn't even see the administrative permit. The discretion is limited to, again, whether it meets the standards in the ordinance. In this case, because the application included 2 other applications, the preliminary plat and the variance, staff felt it was important to wrap them together just for a comprehensive review at both the Planning Commission and the Council. I also want to clarify, because I've gotten some comments about this project. It is staff's role and the Planning Commission's role to review the application as submitted, meaning it is our job this evening to review the application on the site that the applicant has chosen to submit on. This body's role is not to evaluate other sites that they might have looked at or developed on. Simply to review the application that you have in front of you against the adopted ordinance standards. And I think you saw in some of your application materials, some comments from residents kind of questioning that, but our role is to review the application in front of us this evening. The application is for a new electric substation on a 2.26 acre parcel. In order to carve that parcel off from the existing 40-acre parcel, a subdivision is required. And it requires approval of the preliminary plat to create the lot and a variance from the minimum lot size in the urban reserve district. If that plat and variance were approved, the final step would be for the applicant to apply for final plat approval and then record that subdivision and proceed with the development. Again, the substation itself is an administrative site plan approval under the ordinance, but we felt that it was appropriate to review with the materials this evening for context. So the substation would connect to the existing 69 kV transmission line on the south property line. I'm sure you've driven by, there's a huge power line that exists that runs east to west through the city. And then on the west side of 116, another power line that it connects, a transmission line that connects to the existing substation on the southwest corner of Larkin and 116. That 100-foot transmission line easement straddles the south line of this property and the adjacent properties to the south, 50-foot easement on each side of that common lot line. And that affects the layout of the site, so we'll come back to that. The plat as proposed would create one 35.5 acre site and one 2.26 acre site. As I said, the minimum lot size in the urban reserve district is 20 acres. This parcel is just a skosh too small to be able to split into two 20-acre parcels. Regardless, the applicant's request, though, is simply to create a 2.26 acre parcel on the south. And again, the reason for this large lot size in the district is to preserve large lots in the urban area so that it's easy to provide sewer and water when that becomes available. The plat as proposed would provide some public benefits by dedicating more than 4 acres of right-of-way along 116. It would provide a 60-foot half right-of-way along the entire length of 116 from Larkin down to the south property line. That's consistent with Hennepin County standards for new development. It would also dedicate 33-foot half right-of-way along Larkin, which is sort of the existing easement area. Long-term, the city would require a dedication of 40 feet half right-of-way for Larkin. That's our standard right-of-way. But because this is an outlot, we would defer that dedication until outlot A was developed in the future. Park dedication would be required if this plat were approved. It would be required only for lot 1 where the development is proposed and would be at our commercial development rate of $4,498 an acre. The most significant item for discussion tonight is the variance to allow a 2.26 acre lot in the urban reserve district where 20 acres is required. As I said, the burden of proof is on the applicant to show that the variance standards have been met. Staff has prepared findings of fact for approval in the draft resolution. But if the commission finds that the variance standards have not been met, they should recommend denial of the variance, which would also deny the plat and administrative permit as they are contingent upon that variance approval. The findings of fact for a variance need to establish that there are practical difficulties in complying with the zoning ordinance. And in the staff report for that item, I identified that there are reasons where the commission could find that the variance standards have been met. The idea of the 20-acre minimum lot size is intended to preserve the land in the MUSA until sewer and water are available. And once the sewer and water become available, the property could be rezoned to RSF2 and developed under those standards. This property does not require municipal services to operate a substation. So delaying the ability to subdivide to a smaller lot is a temporary situation until sewer and water becomes available. Therefore, you could find that the minimum lot size is a practical difficulty because it's a temporary situation until sewer and water are available, and that this site does not require municipal sewer and water. Alternatively, the commission, and I did provide findings for denial that you could adopt as a denial resolution should you choose. The commission could find that the primary obstacles to compliance are financial in that the Wright Hennepin Electric Co-op could purchase the entire 40-acre site and simply build their substation with an administrative approval. They would not require a plat or a variance. The second condition requires that you find that the conditions for the variance are unique to the parcel and were not created by the landowner. Again, you could find that the conditions are unique because the substation is needed due to serve both new and existing development in Corcoran, and therefore it needs to be in the urban service area, but does not require municipal sewer and water like other uses in that area. This is one of the few uses in the MUSA that has to be located in the MUSA that does not require municipal urban sewer and water. However, you could also find that there are a number of other urban residential zone properties that would also like to subdivide into smaller lots today, and therefore that does not create a hardship. Staff finds that they do meet the other three standards, that granting the variance from the minimum lot size would not alter the essential character. Similar size lots exist directly to the south and to the west, and that ultimately when sewer and water are available, this property could be subdivided into lots as small as 11,000 square feet in the RSF2 district. That the proposed variance would be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the ordinance, that the urban reserve district is intended to retain lands in their natural state until sanitary, sewer and water and other public infrastructure is available. This subdivision would create a parcel for essential services, public infrastructure that's needed to serve the planned development anticipated in the 2040 comprehensive plan. And we do find it is consistent with the comprehensive plan, which would allow subdivision create a new substation, which is needed and identified as in the comp plan as providing the necessary public infrastructure and services to ensure that proposed development will be in place and will not place a disproportionate economic burden on the city. However, this is the item tonight where you have the most discretion. So I've tried to provide some guidance for findings of fact for both approval and denial in the staff report related to the variance. Essential services are our topic of the evening. It's going to come up later in the agenda as well when we talk about building another essential services north of City Hall. And essential services really are public infrastructure. There are things like our sewer and water systems, electric services, cable, traffic signals, our emergency sirens that we have in our downtown area. All of those things are considered essential services, and as such are permitted in all zoning districts with performance standards as an allowed use or an administrative permit. The Planning Commission does not typically, as I said, review these administrative permits, but we certainly know this is a topic of interest, so we wanted to share for transparency. If it meets the standards of the essential service performance standards, it must be approved, but can only be approved if you also approve the plat and the variance. And again, your discretion is with the variance application this evening. These images were in your packet. This is a rendering of what you would see from 116, a driveway into the site and the electric substation, some plant materials behind a stormwater treatment pond, which will provide some screening. The substation is enclosed with a chain link fence. And then in the background, you see trees on a berm that screen to the east, yes, to the east and to the north. And then this is a view from the south looking north into the electric substation. These are the existing transmission lines that you see in the foreground, and then the substation in the background. I've outlined the administrative permit performance standards starting on page 5 of the staff report. And we do find that those performance standards either have been met or can be addressed with conditions. Some of those things that do need some modifications relate to the trees and electrical equipment are not located in the pond on the site plan, but are located in that pond easement in that front yard along 116 and would need to be shifted east to be outside of that easement area. The stormwater design, that has been submitted, but the engineer has additional comments, and so stormwater ponding final design must still be approved by the city engineer should this go forward. Landscaping does comply with the ordinance requirements. However, the commission could, and the next slide I'll talk a little bit more about it, could add additional landscaping if they approved the variance. That gives you discretion to add additional conditions. The substation doesn't have employees, but it does have people that come and check the equipment. And so what we've required in the past has been 2 parking stalls for essential services. That allows 2 employees to come work on the site and have a place to park. And that parking area does need to be paved. The plans currently show class 5, but in our urban area, we do require that to be paved. As I mentioned, the landscaping does comply with all ordinance requirements. and does provide some transition or buffering to the substation. The substation, by its definition of having to connect to the power lines above, has some very tall components and cannot be entirely screened, but can be buffered with a landscaping and or fencing. So if the commission does decide to recommend approval of the variance, you may want to have some discussion about the landscaping and the screening of that substation. I talk about that a little bit and some suggestions in the staff report as well. But again, we only get to that discussion item if you find that the variance standards have been met to approve the variance and the plat. The city has discretion in approving the preliminary and plat and variance because you have discretion with the variance. Staff has prepared a resolution for approval, finding that there are unique circumstances that warrant approval of the variance. However, we've tried to provide findings for you as well. Should you find, in fact, that it does not meet the variance standards, then you should move to recommend denial of the variance with those findings, and then that would deny the preliminary plat and the administrative permit as well. So tonight, this is a public hearing. There was a petition that was included in your packet and 2 emails that were sent to the commission, and those have been entered into the record as if the writer had read them into the record. So those are on the record. But you should open the public hearing and take additional public comments. And then you have 2 options, as I said: recommend approval of the draft resolution, which approves the preliminary plat, variance, and administrative permit, or recommend denial of the request and provide findings of fact for denial. And again, you could use as the baseline some of those comments from the staff report. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to answer questions from the commission before you open the public hearing, or we could move to the public hearing. And I know that the applicant is online this evening as well.
Okay, thank you, Kendra. Excellent report as always. We appreciate all your work on this. As far as comments and questions to you, I think maybe Planning Commission members, should we wait till after the public hearing? I think that's traditionally what we have done. So if nobody has any objection, let's move forward to opening up the public hearing. Anybody object to that?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, at this point then, we'll open up the public hearing, and for those again wishing to speak, press *9 or hit the raise your hand button at the bottom of the screen, and for the record, state your name and address, and Natalie will bring you in order. So,
Mr. Chair,
yes, sir.
if I can just make one suggestion, I see there's an awful lot of people online, and we've had this in the past where these meetings can get drawn out for multiple hours. I liked what we've done in the past is limit people to maybe 5 minutes at a time. And if we're repeating, we are listening, so we really don't need things repeated from person to person. As Kendra noted, the petitions and stuff, we have all of that information. We've heard loud and clear a lot of these things, but it just in the interest of time, it would be nice if we could do that, limit the speakers to maybe 5 minutes, and then we move on to the next one.
Nice suggestion, Mr. Behrenkamp, and I know that the folks in Eagle Brook did a good job at trying to channel those to a few people. I don't know what's happened in particular regard to this one, but we'll watch the clock and we'll try to limit that as you suggested. So, all right, Natalie, do we have anybody that wishes to open up with some remarks to the Planning Commission?
Yes, so we so far have 2 people raising their hand. We will go ahead and start with Michelle Friedrich. I'm going to unmute you now. We're going to request that you're unmuted now, and then please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. My name is Michelle Friedrich, and I am located at 6830 County Road 116. Thank you, Council and Planning Commission, for allowing the public to have a say and comment on the proposed location for the electrical substation. It does have an impact on, for sure, 2 of the neighborhoods that surround it and the 2 future neighborhoods that could be forthcoming into the area as well. I understand it's not the Planning Commission's job to search for any other property in Corcoran. However, I do feel it's necessary to state that within the variance, I do not believe that there's a hardship being created that they need to have the substation placed where they've proposed it. If it was the last parcel in the city of Minnesota, or in the city of Corcoran, in the state of Minnesota, I would probably feel differently, but we have like enormous amounts of land in Corcoran right now, land that is in very close proximity, that is surrounded by farmland next to those 2 new developments that will be going in. So I don't believe that there is any hardship that is being created by having to put that substation where they're placing it. I also wanted to just make a note that I was actually at the council meeting on the 28th, and the wetland delineation waiver was approved, but it was a narrow approval. It was 2-1. So we did have a council member that did vote nay on approving that waiver. And they also had asked Wright Hennepin Electric to provide some additional options and locations regarding where the substation could possibly go. And I don't know if that's been presented yet. Maybe that will be at the next council meeting. I also wanted to just state that I believe that it creates an undue hardship for the neighborhoods that would be surrounding that substation. I also took an opportunity to drive by some substations, other substations that were given to me by the representative from Wright Hennepin Electric. And you can still hear a hum that comes from substations. It's a constant hum. It does not go away. And if you're someone who is outside a lot, that is what you will hear when you're outside doing your gardening or having a bonfire or whatever you might be doing. And I think most people in Corcoran move out here because that's what we want. We want to have, open space. And I know that's a definite desire of council to have open spaces and green spaces in our future developments in Corcoran. So I know that that's an important piece that we're trying to carry forward in the whole idea of what we want Corcoran to be. I'd also like to say that I think we have a great opportunity to have a say where things like this are placed in the city of Corcoran. And we should be able to, as a city and council and planning commission, everyone involved, tell these companies where the appropriate place is to put these substations and not allow them to tell us where they're supposed to be. I feel that because we have existing neighborhoods right now where the substation is proposed, I think there needs to be a lot of thought given to if where they're proposing is really the best spot for the substation. I know that there's a place directly behind the commerce section of Corcoran, about 70 acres, that is light industrial. It's zoned light industrial and would be less impactful because there's so many farm fields around that area, and also just that the business district is there. Let's see, with that being said, I just wanted to touch on the standards, the 5 standards that are supposed to be included to approve the variance. And 2 of those things are already not being abided by. It's supposed to be a 20 acre minimum parcel and creating the hardship. So there is no hardship created. It's not a 20 acre parcel. And I would like to also add that the substation would be zoned light industrial, and that future slated property is zoned low density residential. I also wanted to touch on, I don't know if you're aware, but because of where the location would be, in the future, Wright Hennepin Electric wants to put another transformer into that substation, which now doubles the load on the transmission lines and also creates a higher EMF radiation on those transmission lines. So it's not necessarily a safe place that you would want residential homes to be in close proximity to. We know so much more about EMF radiation than we did 50 years ago when the lines were originally placed there. And there's two sides to that. Some people are going to say that that's been disproved, but there's also a substantial amount of reporting that shows that EMF radiation is a real thing. So with that, I would like to, I would like the Planning Commission to deny the variance based on the reasonings that I gave. And thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Now, all of I hope I got all of the main points, and typically the way the commission works with this, that there are plenty of these questions that maybe that can get back to you with further review from staff, our professionals, and through working with the applicant. So we've made note of them, but unless anybody has a response to any of this, we'll just note it for now. Yes, Kendra?
Just so that there's no confusion for the other speakers, Michelle said that the property will be rezoned to light industrial. That's not true. The zoning is not proposed to be changed. It's not required to be changed. As I said, essential services are allowed in all zoning districts. No rezoning is required under the current ordinance. So just to
Okay.
clarify that.
Okay. Kendra, is there any other response you can provide? The wetland delineation, I thought I heard you say that while the bigger lot, the outlot did not require it, they got an exemption. Did I not hear your report say, though, that Wright Hennepin did do a wetland delineation for their 2-acre site?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. And so I think, I don't think there were any other questions specifically in Ms. Friedrich's statements, but I did want to just clarify the issue about the rezoning, and then we typically just wait till the end, and then we can answer all the questions from the public hearing at the end, Mr. Chair.
Okay, very good. Okay, Natalie, you said we had another
Yep,
person?
yep, we actually have two more now again. So we'll
Okay.
start with Diane Wally. I'm requesting you're unmuted right now. And go ahead and speak your name and address for the record.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I feel like the commercial. My name's Diane Wally. I live at 6861 Old Sturbridge Drive in the Sturbridge neighborhood. You know, being right up front, Michelle's property and our property are the two properties that are adjacent or, you know, kitty corner from the proposed site. So of course we have a very high interest, selfishly so. However, I know that a lot of other people are also very concerned about the placement of a new substation. Michelle covered many of the points that I have gone over in what I wanted to speak to you about, so I'll try not to duplicate her. Also, I want you to know I have served on the Planning Commission, so I do understand your decision-making process, and Kendra certainly gave a good review of what you can and can't consider. So, you know, and I understand that all, but I know you have to balance the request of Wright Hennepin versus the comp plan. And also, I do think you need to take into consideration the desires of the citizens, you being citizens as well. And the point that I want to make is that I believe Wright Hennepin should have respect for the city's comp plan. You know, it's early enough in the development of this area, meaning Corcoran, to place a substation that is, you know, within the existing comp plan parameters. Even though I know that they can go into, you know, I forget the term now that Kendra said, but, you know, into many areas. However, would you really want to put a substation in an area that you're going to have sewer and water? To me, that's potentially wasted tax dollars in the future if homes were built there instead. And I believe you've all reviewed Mr. Lanterman's letter, where he also has pointed out that he doesn't feel that they've met the, you know, hardship conditions. I can see why Wright Hennepin wants to put the substation there. I think that it's probably the most expedient place for them to put it and probably the most cost-effective place. But I believe it's your charge to look out for the best interests of the city, not the best interests of Wright Hennepin. And this is just one of many decisions you'll have to make. But I do think that your charge also is to consider the appearance and the desirability of the city. And I don't think many people who are looking at buying a new home or developers who are looking at building new homes are going to want to build next to a substation. And certainly the neighbors who already exist don't really want a huge substation next to them. It just ruins the ambiance of a residential community to have a utility smack dab in the middle of it, which it really would be. So I'm asking you to think about those things in your decision making, and I'll limit my comments to that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Diane Wally. Much appreciated. Okay, Natalie.
So next up is Catherine Drivas. And I believe I've unmuted you. Please state your name and address for the record, just for starters.
My name is Catherine Drivas. I live at 6747 Old Sturbridge Drive. And Natalie, you get gold stars for getting my last name correct. I agree with absolutely everything Michelle and Diane have said. The Old Sturbridge neighborhood was first started being built in 1965, though the two other houses out along 116 are from the 1950s. We've been here a long time. And we've also, of course, been members of Wright Hennepin Electric for a long time. And I think both the city and Wright Hennepin need to respect the fact that this community has been there that long. And in fact, in our neighborhood, I counted, over half the people have been here more than 30 years. And so we have a vested interest in Corcoran. We have a vested interest in our homes and the improvements we've made to our homes. And by putting this substation nestled right against our neighborhood, it really, I believe, is going to lower the value of our homes. And though Kendra has said that the zoning is not going to change around it, who would want to put residences there when the time comes to develop, when the sewer does come to develop? And so I think that there are probably better places. I can see why Wright Hennepin wants it there. It's convenient, like Diane said, but it is not the best place. And it is a disservice, I believe, to long-term residents of Corcoran, and especially this neighborhood, because this is really one of the first neighborhoods in Corcoran that was built as a neighborhood. I think we need to take that into consideration. If you do decide to approve this, I have concerns. I have concerns about the drainage. Anytime anybody has ever done anything in our neighborhood, no matter how big or how small, it messes somebody up. Somebody's basement gets flooded. Their property is flooded. They have water where they never had water before. It's just that goofy Corcoran clay that really messes everything up. So I think I have concerns about the drainage. I have concerns about that pond or that draining easement kind of thing that's going to be there, and what happens if that fills, where that water is going to go. I also have some concerns, if you do decide to do this, about the screening. You know, I feel like looking at what Wright Hennepin has proposed for screening, the golf course and 116 gets much better screening than the neighborhood side. And I understand that it's because of the power lines, but I think there are some ways to not have just a single row of trees there. And also the screening on the southeast corner, that seems awfully light to me. And that I don't believe would interfere with any power lines. And I think if you should decide to approve this, which I don't think you should, I think that screening there needs to be beefed up quite a bit. I mean, truly, we're a unique neighborhood, and throwing up, some arborvitae trees is not going to do it. And so that's it. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I appreciate it, but I really, really think that the Planning Commission, especially as things are built along existing neighborhoods, really has to look at how that affects the neighborhood and how it's in the best interest of Corcoran residents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. Um, um,
And Chair, we do have one more speaker raising their hand at this time.
Okay, Natalie, thank you.
Yep. And Eric Norha, sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Go ahead and state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, hi, this is Katie. I'm Eric's wife. We're joining together from home here. And I just wanted to speak maybe from a different perspective. So
Katie,
we're a
Katie,
new family.
Katie?
Yeah.
Kate, could you please state your address?
Yeah, I can. It's 1721 Oak Ridge Road.
Thank you. You can continue. I just wanted to get that on record.
Okay, yep. So we're at 1721 Oak Ridge Road, and we're right along 116. And I did speak with Wright Hennepin a little bit about the development and their interest in expanding. And I understand, and there are different perspectives on this. I'm not so much worried about the aesthetics and how many trees. I have a young family. I just have a newborn who's 2 weeks old. We're growing our family. I have a 3-year-old. And once all of this is going to be developed, I understand that the substation is going to be probably 200 feet from my children's bedrooms. And EMF is a real thing. Even in the evaluation of buying children's products, they tell you the EMF rating of their products. And here we're looking at, a substation bringing in large amounts of power with EMF emissions, and it's going to be very close to, and vulnerable populations are different than your traditional adult. We have newborn pregnancies, young children. There are a lot more consequences to that. And so I'm looking at this to be looked at also. We're a young family, came to Corcoran to raise their family, and now we're looking at this. So, and I'm just 2 weeks past giving birth, and I really don't want to be dealing with this, but it's very important to our family. And I don't know if that fits into the 5 different buckets of whether we approve or disapprove, but I think considerations like this are good times to evaluate, well, maybe isn't just these 5 buckets, that there are other things to consider with people and their lives and their families.
Okay, is that it?
There are 2 more speakers that raised their hand. So next is Mark Lanterman. Go ahead and state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Mark Lanterman. My address is 6936 Oak Ridge Road in Corcoran. I just have a quick question for the commission. I did send a fairly detailed letter to Brad Martins 2 weeks ago, addressed to you, and I do not see it in the packet. And I am wondering if you have received that and reviewed it. I don't want to take the time to read it into the record if you already have it and have read it. Thank you.
You know, Kendra, I don't have that letter.
Brad emailed that out to the commissioners the day it was received.
Yep.
It is in the council packet for next week. Other commissioners, did you receive a copy from Brad in that email?
This is Dean, yes, and I've reviewed it. Very well written, Mark.
This is Meredith. I received the letter and I read it.
What was the date that that email was sent?
I believe it was the 4th. I'm looking in my email right now.
February 4th?
February 4th, I received it and reviewed it.
I believe so.
You were out of the state, weren't you, Dean?
It was on February 4th that it was emailed to the commission.
No, I don't think I was out, but sometimes some of this stuff gets to the junk email. And I'm
So I
just
think for the
checking.
record for Mr. Lanterman, it was received and entered into the record, but certainly since the chair did not receive it, if certainly he would be welcome to hit the highlights, but the entire letter is in the official record.
Okay. Mr. Lanterman, if you'd like to maybe expand a little bit for my benefit.
Certainly. In the interest of time, I'll pass on that. I would ask you though to read it, and I think that it does express the views of several residents of Corcoran. Again, I just want to be mindful of everyone's time, and thank you for the work that all of you do. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Natalie?
All right, we have one last caller raising their hand at this time. First name Gail, it looks like she's calling from her iPhone. I'm unmuting you now. And state your full name and address for the record, please.
Hi, this is Gail Waldorf. I live on 20117 Larkin Road in Corcoran. And in hearing the 5 people speak before me, I agree with them that I recommend denial, and I really believe you should deny this variance for the substation. Like Michelle said, you guys have a backbone. Is this really where you want a substation in your city? Secondly, this is a residential area, or is valuable land that should be a residential someday. Why on earth would you put a substation right there? Thirdly, EMF and growing families. That should be a very big concern for everyone involved to have a substation in their neighborhood. Not on a city lot, but in a neighborhood. Fourth, I live on Larkin Road and I am the 5th house down from the substation on Larkin Road and 116. Within 3 houses of the walk toward the substation, I hear the hum. I hear the echo, and it is constant. And why would a city allow that to be in a neighborhood? Blows my mind away to even consider it. Like Michelle said, really think about, you guys have the control on where we want to put this. Number one, if we want Wright Hennepin to do this. Number two, is this really the right spot? I can totally see if the golf course continues to stay there, or if the property is sold, that it would be residential and it would be prime real estate where the city would get prime tax dollars from it. But to have a variance to put a substation there, it doesn't make logical sense. Maybe to Wright Hennepin, but not to the city of Corcoran. So I would recommend denial. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, someone else is
Yeah.
raising their hand as well now.
Okay, thank you, Natalie.
Thank you. So this is a caller ending in 0926. Go ahead and state your
Hello.
name and address. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Judy Ung. I am a neighbor of Mark Lanterman and also Katie. And I just wanted to speak out because I will be looking directly at this thing. And I have emailed the council opposing this. And I hope, and I want to keep it short because we can be here all night with our disagreements and telling you all the stuff that why you shouldn't build a substation there. But I just, before you make that decision, I just want you to make sure that you're doing it for the best interest of the residents here. And you're hearing us saying that we do not want a substation there. So just keep that in mind before you make that decision. And again, I do appreciate your time and appreciate, the time to let me speak. But, and I agree with everybody that said everything. They already said what I wanted to say already. So I don't want to repeat myself. But I just wanted to just say that I oppose this and I hope you make the right decision. And that's it.
Thank you so much. Can you please state your address for the record?
Oh, sorry. Judy Ung at 6970 Oak Ridge Road.
Thank you. And
Okay,
we have one more. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. No, I just wanted to thank our previous speaker. So go ahead, Natalie.
And now we have Scott Gilliard raising his hand to speak. And go ahead and state your address.
Hello, this is Scott Gilliard. I'm at 7015 Oak Ridge Road. And my comments, I understand we are going to need more power in Corcoran. We need to grow the city in a way that makes sense. And I just am asking for the principle of planning in the title of the Planning Commission be adhered here to the degree that you can. We have a plan that has light industrial approvals in place already for the city, west of the city, the downtown area. And I know that may not fall under the purview, and there may be exceptions that would be allowed based off of the needs of the community to have utilities. But in the same sense, the principle of planning where those should go and how they should be placed into currently zoned places of light industrial, which presumably was decided by committee members similar to yourselves years ago, with some forward-looking thought and attention, that be considered in your approval process. And I would be against the plan as it is stated right now for this current plot that they are looking to have not rezoned, but exceptions to the zoning that's existing today. Thank you very much. Appreciate your work.
Thank you, Scott. Much appreciated for your comments.
And we don't have anyone raising their hand at this time.
Okay, we'll give it a few seconds in case someone.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Dean.
if I could make a motion to close the public hearing on this.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second that, Wood.
Before we take a vote on it, Kendra, you said that the applicant was here. Maybe this would be a good time for the applicant to speak during the public hearing?
Either way, Mr. Chair, you can take comments from them during the public hearing, or you can close the public hearing and just direct questions to them during your debate. That's up to you.
Okay, and who is here with the with Wright Hennepin?
There's several people on the line from Wright Hennepin. I will let Bryant and his team decide who their spokesperson is by raising their hand, perhaps.
Well, I guess to the folks at Wright Hennepin, if you want to address the Planning Commission without questions at this point, I'm sure we'll have questions for you later, but if you would like to address the planning commission now, maybe answer a few of these questions, or now would be the time to do it.
This is Bob.
Natalie, it looks like
Natalie?
Bob Sandberg from Right Hennepin is the spokesperson for Right Hennepin tonight.
Perfect. So he is unmuted. He should be able to go ahead and speak.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time. Thank you, commissioners. And thank you for everyone who called in. Appreciate your comments and expressing your opinions. We'll basically respond to this, what's ever best for the commission, however you direct us. If you would like to take into account what you heard and then ask us questions directly, if that's more efficient. We can do that. So really at this point, I'll leave it up to you for guidance on how you like to proceed.
Okay. Commission members, we always have a tendency to ask applicants questions through our discussions after the public hearing. You wish to proceed that way?
I would.
Yes.
All right. All right, we have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. I'll take a roll call vote. Jacobs, yay. Commissioner Shulak,
Yay.
Commissioner Varenkamp,
Yay.
Commissioner Wu,
Yay.
Commissioner Dickman.
Yay.
All right, this public hearing is now closed. We will now have commission discussions and questions. We'll go with the same plan that we have been since we've been doing Zoom meetings. We can start off one commissioner at a time. Feel free to have the floor to ask questions, make comments. And then we will go through that one last time after we've gone through it once for any follow-up. So why don't we start with Commissioner Wu?
I don't have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Sholak?
I have no questions or comments at this time. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Varenkamp?
I think I got some.
Okay, sir.
If I can ask the first question, why in this location?
Yes, thank you. A number of reasons. Oh, you guys, can everybody still hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry about that. Something just came on my screen. Really, we don't take this lightly. We evaluate a number of sites. When we look at this, we take into account where the load growth is occurring today, where it's going to occur in the future. We also have variables that we have to take into account. Most important being the transmission line and interconnecting with that. So there's limited opportunities and limited sites where that can occur. And so when we look at where we see current growth, where we look at the 2040 comp plan, where we see future growth and where it's coming, and in respect to our current substation, along 116 is the prime location. We take into account working with the city staff in terms of trying to address all their concerns, impacts the community. And at the end of the day, we're a cooperative. Our members, our owner company, they're also the residents of Corcoran. So it's all those factors that go into site selection. And at the end of the day, this site came out on top from a standpoint of meeting the needs of the load today, from a community impact standpoint, from an operational, from maintaining a grid resiliency standpoint, and from an overall economic standpoint.
Mr. Sandberg, I've been owner cooperative member for 37 years, living in Maple Grove and being part of the planning commission there and dealing with some of the substations that went in that area. We ran into the same kind of issue, trying to put a substation next to property owners, and the substation that ended up going in is the one over on Station 5 off of Lawndale, I think it is, where there was nobody there. And then now if you look at it today, you've got the fire station to the north, a pretty good stand of trees around the backside, and the whole front of it is facing Lawndale. Across the street are multiplex homes. Again, back then it was, the try was to put it next to 3 or 4 rural homes, and it just wasn't the right place. So my next question is why, we're looking at 2.5 acres on this 35-acre parcel and such. Why not across the street from the existing substation is number one. And then what are your plans with the existing substation to make it more visibly appealing, if you can do that with a substation? That one just looks wrong. Is there a way to make that substation bigger without adding this one? And then the comments from the residents and other things I've heard of adding to this substation that we're wanting to put in here, or that you're wanting to put in here at a further date. And it just doesn't make sense going there, related to low density basically surrounding it to the north and to the east. It just, this isn't a good place. I understand where the power lines are. I can understand maybe a substation over next to the Lions Park, this power line that you're going under. It floats right over the wetlands and then over the Lions Park at the other end of the neighborhood or other end of town. We also have the power line that goes all the way down 116 and such. There's natural barriers there with elevations of dirt and hills and trees and stuff that would protect it. Actually, it would protect the neighbors more. It would get them further away from neighbors and such. So I just, it seems convenient. It seems like a perfect plot. One of the questions I asked back when I was on the Maple Grove Planning Commission is how many Wright-Hennepin co-op workers live next to a substation? And I'd never got an answer to that. How many Wright-Hennepin workers would love to live as close as the folks, I think it's Michelle to the south here, would love to buy that property, because I'm sure she'd be more than happy to get rid of it before the substation goes into anyone that wants to live there. It just doesn't seem like a good place, as stated, with all of the open parcels, all of the open land. There are a number of different places that this could go, and it still follow along the power lines.
Well, I respect so your specific question being, I mean, I think at the commission meeting, we plan on addressing, and we have been requested to bring other sites that were considered and rationale for those.
City council meeting, right?
At the city council meeting, correct.
Yeah.
And so we plan on addressing that and having that discussion. And but for this meeting, we were focused on this site and the application at hand. I think Kendra pointed that out at the very beginning. And so again, I can speak to this site at tonight and what makes the most sense. And you speak to a couple of points of, there might be other sites. Yes, we can look at them, and we'll talk about that at the council meeting. But again, we don't take this lightly, right? It's not just a matter of us trying to push it in and get it there. We're working with the city. We're working with the residents. There is growth that's driving this. And
I'm grossly aware of the growth. I'm part of that plan. Being on the planning commission, I'm just extremely disappointed. There's a 35-acre parcel here that we're talking about, and I don't think you'd have anybody objecting by putting it on 116 and Larkin across from the current substation. The power line is there. We're less than a half a mile upstream from this current location. and that area is deemed mixed residential. And you can do other things with it. This just isn't the right place. There's gonna be no one that's gonna want to live across the street from that. There's a private community across the street there that it doesn't fit here. While I do, like I said, understand the junction of all of the power lines are right here, this is not an appropriate place. That's my feelings and thoughts. And again, talking about all of the concerns of safety and the sounds and all of that stuff, I've had a conversation with one person. I don't think I'd love to sit in my home with my windows open and 100 or 150 feet away, listen to a whisper, a constant whisper that never goes away. It really is a detriment to those properties to the south of this. And I just flat out disagree with this is a good place for it to be. Thank you very much, Mr. Sandberg. Kendra, there's something that concerned me when you presented. You had made the statement that if Wright Hennepin were to buy this whole 35 acres, they could essentially put this substation there without any resistance from us as a city. Is that right, or am I simplifying it too much?
Just like when we built our lift stations for our water system, essential services are permitted uses via an administrative permit process. So there is a review process to make sure those standards in the ordinance are met, but it does not require a public hearing under our current ordinance.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Commissioner, this is Bob. Just to respond to your question, we did initially look at the location you had spoken about at Kitty Corner to our existing sub, and we moved away from that per the direction from city staff. They had concerns about locating a substation at the corner. And so working with staff per their direction, we moved to this location as a direct result of that. So that's where we started. We ended up here. At the same time, the purchase agreement that we have for this land is also for the south side. Not sure what the seller's position is for the northern part of the property. So taking into consideration those two variables and those two parameters, right? That's why we ended up where we're at.
I can understand that. Our city staff is trying to do what's best for our city and such. But again, it's us making the recommendation to approve or deny or voice our concerns and such. And unless city staff has a reason why we moved it all the way to there and why it can't be on that corner, I haven't heard that from anyone. Like I've said, I see almost a mile and a half from the corner, the southwest corner of this, on the other side of the road, we've got a power line that travels all the way down to basically Highway 55, that a substation could be in any one of those areas also. Again, if city staff has a recommendation to us as a planning commission saying this is why we want it there, then I think we've got to look at something different. I just don't agree with this going there. The low density that is planned around this, and again, the neighborhood to the south, the extremely mature neighborhood to the south, this just does not fit in my mind.
So just to answer your question or your comment about the transmission line going straight south, that is not a transmission line, that's a distribution line. The transmission line, the 69 kV transmission line that we need to interconnect to, it runs along Larkin, west-east, and then south to that corner, to that section we're proposing to site a substation, and then it goes direct east from there.
So again, my comments are, is there a way you can put it over next to 101? Again, it's a whole nother open conversation and stuff, but I understand that power line goes that way, and there is a huge wetland on the Corcoran Lions Park and stuff. I think we can redirect that and still put you under that main power that you're talking about. This is not, in my mind, the right place.
Well, hopefully I was able to address your concerns regarding, or your questions regarding why we chose this position, location. The existing substation, there is not an opportunity to expand there. Setbacks from the road, site restrictions, right? We do not have the ability to. That is the direct reason why we are seeking a new location. And at some point in the future, that substation is approaching 70 years old. We will retire it. And the design and the layout that we have submitted, the 3/4 of an acre that would be fenced in, already takes into consideration adding a second transformer in there. So it would not impact the site layout, expansion, anything. That's what's been submitted already accounts for that.
But again, it's going to get louder.
These are spec'd to a sound level, as we've indicated. At the transformer itself, it's 67. It's the level of a conversation. At 350 feet, the closest residence to this site, it's spec'd at mid-20s dB levels, which is equivalent to a whisper. That's not taking into consideration the screening.
I'm grossly aware of the decibel levels and stuff. I cannot be next to a place that is a constant whisper next to my property. And I'm not able to support this location. I understand the needs and such. I do not agree with this spot along that power line. And that's all I got. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the time.
Okay. Commissioner Varenkamp. Commissioner Dickman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank the citizens. A lot of times we get into situations like this where we're working with partners within the city, and the first question we ask is, have you met with the applicant? And the answer oftentimes seems to be no. So I was pleased to hear a lot of folks that chose to speak at the public forum, that they had engaged with Wright Hennepin and already had those discussions. Also, kudos to Natalie for nailing Friedrich, Previs, and Wally the first go round. So you're officially a Corcoran employee now if you can nail those three without any issues. So thanks, Natalie, for that. My comments are specifically around, we know that the needs of the city are great when it comes to utilities. But this specifically is a forever decision. This isn't like something that shows up on HGTV and then a nice remodel can happen. You put some James Hardy siding on it and it spruces up the neighborhood. This is a permanent piece, and we're going to have another permanent piece that we're going to discuss later with the well. So utilities are something I take extremely seriously. And I know the commission does too, because these are forever decisions. I also want to just point out that this isn't a citizen v. Wright Hennepin piece in my mind. I grew up in Greenfield, lived in Plymouth, and have lived in Corcoran. So basically almost since 1994, I've been part of the cooperative and a paying member as an adult. And I take very seriously the fact that Wright Hennepin prides themselves and does a very good job of being a cooperative. And I think part of that is not just sharing in the burdens of cost of power and keeping that low for everybody, but it's also being respectful of sites and how they're thinking about where those future needs are. So I appreciate the applicant sharing that they're trying to not only meet the needs now, but Corcoran is growing very, very fast in the southeastern quadrant between 101 and 116 and all the way up to 30. And we're approving a lot of homes that are 400 plus home development, and that takes a lot of power. And especially with what's gone on with Texas this week, I think everybody's seen the spotlight on how important, consistent, and utilities are to the community. My 3 points are really just focused on specifically the variances, and I don't see practical difficulties here. To basically subdivide into a 2.5 acre lot out of something that's a 40 acre parcel, I could see the list being long and distinguished of people claiming something similar. And to me, the practical difficulty is primarily just financial. The applicant did mention something about staff directing it to move to another spot. That's disappointing if that is the case. And we could have something right across the street from the current substation, which I drive by, living just off of Larkin. So hopefully that's something that could be reconsidered down the road. The last thing I'll say is, this is a light industrial piece, and I understand that from a zoning perspective, this is a utility and those things can go anywhere. But I do feel like this type of light industrial activity is altering the essential character of this area. Again, these neighborhoods that are from 116 and across have been there. So we're making decisions about this from a variant standpoint that already have existing people there. As far as noise, I understand the specifics around utilities. The only thing I'll say is that the traffic on 116 between 6:30 in the morning and 9 a.m. and the traffic on 116 between 3:30 in the afternoon and 6:30 in the afternoon is probably going to be a lot louder than what the substation noises are. Having said that, I agree that having my windows open and having kind of that decibel piece there is not ideal. And having run quite frequently on Larkin with another non-Wright Hennepin substation that crosses over Willow Larkin, and then also seeing the substation up on Larkin and 116, yes, there is constant noise that is there. And if I was a resident, I would be extremely disappointed if a substation was going into that. So those are my comments. No specific questions at this point, but just did want to share all of that and thank Wright Hennepin for the service that they provide to the city. And that what we are really deciding is the merits of this particular location and the variances associated with it. So I yield back. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Dickman, thank you very much. And I guess that leaves me to go last. And yeah, I've kind of taken, I know initially some of the comments that were given by some of the residents. And I went specifically, well, let me just first address loss in value. I was an assessor in Eden Prairie for 5 years. I started my career there. And I can say that when you give an economic or locational adjustment for loss in value for something like this, the only one that we could measure through sales were a loss in value of 5% we gave to houses that were within, I don't remember exactly what the proximity was, to an overhead high voltage power line. But as far as substations, gas lines, we had a landfill and we had an airport. We couldn't find any loss in value for that. Now, I did call Eden Prairie and I did call Maple Grove. I asked them if they give a locational economic obsolescence adjustment for a loss in value to homes that were next to or within a proximity of a substation, and the answer is no. So I am not moved or persuaded that there is a loss in value because you're located next to a substation. Now, the applicant did give 3 substation comparables. I went and visited each one. Started though, of course, with the substation in Corcoran already. And yes, you could hear the hum. Now, I don't know if that's because maybe that's an older one. I didn't know how old it was, but the applicant said it's now over 70 years. So hopefully maybe there's been some improvements in the quiet factor in which they are today. But I went to the Lawndale one, and the thing about the Lawndale one, it is 276 feet from the closest home. And if you go back in time through Google Earth and whatnot, that substation clearly was there before those homes were built. So I'm not persuaded by the argument that no one's going to want to build next to this. these homes were clearly all built when that substation was there. I did go talk to residents, and although I went to 3 of the houses, only one of them was home. And I asked them if that was a nuisance to them, and they had just bought that home. So they are the second owners, and they had said no. They're now 276 feet, and I think our applicant is just under 300 feet, or the neighborhood to the south. So comparable distance. Then the difference here is that the distance from those houses to the Lawndale, there is no trees really on that backside. In Lawndale, all of the trees were put towards Lawndale and oddly enough, the fire department. So they had clear vision and clear openness to that. And I was told that that was not a consideration for them, and it was not a problem. The second one, Bass Lake in Maple Grove. Now this is somewhat unique. And again, these are all on major streets, just like this would be on 116. Now, Bass Lake substation, this was, Google Earth won't go back far enough to tell me what came first, the substation or the homes. But the closest home there is like 85 feet. And I was able to get a hold of that gentleman and had a nice discussion with him. And he said, absolutely not. He has no problem with it. He never hears it. That might be, according to Mr. Dickman, I would agree. You're going to get road traffic on 116, and in this case, Bass Lake Road. So that has maybe a possibility of masking any of that sound that he would hear, only because the road traffic is lighter. I asked him now he's only been living there for 6 years. And I asked him if he thinks he's had a loss in value. And he says he's constantly getting offers from realtors to sell now at a value much higher than what he purchased it. So again, I'm not persuaded that being 90 feet away from a substation is necessarily an evil thing as far as market value. The last one, Trailhaven in Rogers, is interesting because this is a rural setting. Now, this one here, the first house, the closest one, which is 270 feet from the substation. That one was built immediately after he built his house. And when I talked with him, we were actually standing out in his driveway, and oddly enough, you could hear a slight hum. And I had asked him if he had any problems with living next to it, and he said, absolutely not. It doesn't bother him. It doesn't annoy him or anything like that. Subsequent to him, because this is a cul-de-sac, all the rest of the cul-de-sac homes have been built. And so I don't find that substation was a deterrent from anybody else building new homes. And these are all very, very nice homes. So with that being said, I don't know that I'm persuaded that this thing is an absolute nuisance for anybody else. And as far as, Oak Ridge is across the road. There was one person who spoke, they're not 200 feet, they're almost 800 feet away from this site. So again, I'm not an expert here on noise and whatnot, but I'll agree with the other commissioners that if this is something you can hear by opening up your bedroom window, it's not necessarily a good thing. I did want to have some questions about the site plan, if I could. On the east side, there are a number of squares right along the fence line. Can somebody tell me what those squares represent? Are those footings for electrical?
Yes, I'm going to let you, Brian Tower, if you can unmute Brian Tower. And Mark Sugden. Brian should be able to answer that.
Okay,
Brian's the head of our engineering and basically headed up the application.
okay,
Good afternoon. This is Brian. Can you hear me?
yeah. There are 12 squares there. What are those?
Yes, those would be pad mount switchgear. They're approximately 6 foot square in dimension, about 4.5 feet. Long term, we would say the worst case scenario we want to put on the picture was that there would be 12 of them on site behind those shrubs we depicted on the 116 rendering. And those are very common switches that we have in road right of ways all across our entire system.
Okay, and why are they outside the fence?
That's a part of our distribution network. Once the wires leave the fence in area underground, we put those switches adjacent to the sub. In event of outages in the area, we can quickly backfeed the power in significantly shorter time and having it available to the crews.
Okay, and why would it be advantageous, if at all, to put them within sight of the road versus maybe say on the east side of the fence instead of the west side?
The small square boxes directly above the big two inside the fenced-in area is where the wires generate from. And those wires would need to exit into the 116 right away for distribution networking. And so we would want to have them in line out to the distribution right away to connect the wires together.
Okay, all right. Where inside the fence is the building proposed to go?
The small square box in the middle on the north.
That's the building, so it's going to go through the fence line, or am I not seeing the fence line right?
Nope, that is correct. It's a walk-through building. 2 doors, one on the outside, one on the inside.
Now that's a little bit different from your other substation sites, is it not?
That's correct. This would be our newer design.
The new and improved design. Okay, now there is on the west side and the south side, the dotted area, which is a drainage swale. Is that right?
That's correct. That's for
okay. Now, in your other sites that I visited, I did not notice any such similar swales. Is there something about this site? Now, I know that we've had someone talk about water problems, and she's absolutely right. It seems like everything that comes before us as a water issue with somebody being concerned or had an experience of getting flooded. So what is with that swale that is necessary for that to exist?
Yes. Per the MPC, we're required to do a permanent stormwater management plan due to the amount of impervious area exceeds 1 acre on this site.
Okay, so if you had less than 1 acre, you wouldn't have to have that.
Yes, we're about 1,000 square feet too many.
Okay, so this might be a good question then. So the Lawndale substation is 0.23 acres in fenced-in area. I don't know what you have for land area. I was just measuring the fenced area. So you got less than a 1/4 acre there. The Bass Lake substation is 0.2 acres, and the Trailhaven is 0.29 acres. Now, this proposed site is in fence, was it 0.75 acres?
That's correct.
Okay, so is it the size of the site, or is it the size of the impervious area being greater than 1 acre that requires I'm just trying to get a better idea. And the reason I'm asking is because it looks like that swale. I too was very concerned about some of the the landscape of this site. And it looks like that swale is quite a limiting factor on your ability. I mean, I especially found it interesting that we're going above and beyond to try to hide or landscape this thing from the north and from the east, but the landowners to the south and the people driving on the road, there's hardly any landscaping there at all, or at least it doesn't look to be enough to hide this thing in its entirety. And I'll draw attention to like Lawndale. I think your Lawndale substation has great street landscaping. And same with your Trailhaven. As far as from the road is concerned, there's not a whole lot you could do to the south because of the driveway and the wetland. But as far as this site is concerned, there didn't seem to be any options to do any screening only because of that swale.
Yeah, so we had on the site to meet the screening requirements. And the main limitation that we have is the overhead transmission lines that we're going to connect to on the south, which we only want to have a height of 12 feet at full growth below those transmission lines so they can be safely operated and maintained in the future. The other three sides don't have any overhead lines there, and we recommended and proposed screening in order to match the overall general specs to try and cover up kind of what we can, given that substation is very tall on certain parts of it. We worked with city staff on a recommendation on the remaining three sides.
Okay, next question then related to that. Per the engineer's memo on page 2, 3.6, it said these basins are not feasible in Corcoran. Can maybe someone enlighten me as to why the engineer would say these are not feasible, but yet that's what's being planned for this site?
Working with our civil engineer in our watershed district, we had submitted our proposal, and we are willing to accommodate any changes the city has recommended for any infiltration that we had recommended and adjustment to the pond if the project is approved per the city's request.
Mr. Chair, I think the comment from the engineer is simply that with our clay soils, infiltration as a general rule does not work in Corcoran. And so he wants to see more data to ensure that in fact, either it will work or that we have a different plan for that same pond area to manage the stormwater. And he feels that that can be accommodated on site, but requires additional information.
Okay, and I don't want to get too far in the weeds, so to speak, on it, but it sounds again like, somebody's saying that these aren't suitable here, but yeah, we'll figure out something. But if we approve this and then we have, we've already got some opponents speaking about flooding, but then we don't really know what the answer is going to be for this potential flooding problem if they don't find one. And I don't want to get into that too much. I just wanted to find out if there was any kind of logic as to what's going to happen there. Okay. I think that while I certainly had a lot of different questions about some of this stuff, I think Kendra pointed it out very well that this discussion and our recommendation to the city council should all be focused on the variance. And I kind of have, now I remember Kendra went through there and said that there is maybe some questions on the items number 1 and number 2. And I don't believe there was anything on number 3. that the granting of the variation will not alter the essential character of the locality. And here is my question about it. So granting the variance from the minimum lot size would not alter the essential character of the locality. Once sewer and water becomes available, the parcel would be rezoned to districts compatible with the underlying land use and would allow 11,000 square foot lots in the RSF2 district. Now, when we talk about character and the lot, so here we're going to have a 2.5 acre lot for a utility in an 11,000 acre or 11,000 square foot neighborhood. And that's assuming that somebody actually comes in there and develops 11,000 square foot lots. I guess I wonder if that is a significant alteration of the character of that neighborhood just by the sheer difference in size between the utility lot and the 11,000 square foot homeowner lots. When you look at the other neighborhoods, the comparables, you got Lawndale. Now, again, I don't know what the size of those lots are, but being that they were far enough away from the existing homes, and you are right next to a firehouse, it would seem to me that those might be compatible right there. When it came to the Bass Lake substation, that's kind of an odd shaped lot, but clearly maybe a little bit more like, if you will, because I don't think they might exist on 2 acres with the local size lots in that neighborhood. And then you get down to Trailhaven, whatever their acreage is, well, that whole neighborhood is acreage. So I would say that that clearly fits in with the character of the neighborhood. This one then ultimately would be such that I think it would be altered a little bit, and I don't know that they meet number 3. I would agree that the 20 acre minimum lot size, I'd like to see that be met. And I understand the differences in, or the complications with buying the 40 acre site. I did have a question that if the owner of the land was to sell 20 acre lots, we'd still be at this because the other lot would be less than 20 acres. Is that right, Kendra?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so let's assume that Wright Hennepin said, all right, we're going to buy the whole 40 acres. They'd have to keep that as 40 acres until the development happened, but they couldn't then split it off and sell it.
Yeah, they certainly, once sewer and water become available and the property is rezoned to the compatible zoning district, the landowner could subdivide the property consistent with those new zoning district standards. Okay.
The question or the comments about going to an industrial area. So again, with that wonderful tool, Google Maps, or Google Earth. So from the site that they have chosen to a site in our downtown light industrial park. So this would be at the end of what's currently developed, and I believe it's an open field, is 0.7 miles away from the current site. Now, I don't have any knowledge or what the cost differential or the technical issues for physical standpoint of moving such a deal. But I can see the benefit, and I agree with Commissioner Varenkamp, because I also thought about, well, why wouldn't they put this thing in the northwest corner, knowing that eventually the existing substation is going to be retired, and they could just then put it right across the street. This would also allow them to do it over there, but I didn't see any other options. So if the argument is, well, we're not going to allow it in a residential district, or we're not going to recommend, even though it is allowed in any district, in any zoning district, I just wanted to point out that that's about 0.7 miles away. So I have some agreement with that. There's some difficulties with number one. But I would agree that in number two, that it is probably that they probably don't meet on number one or number two. And I have some questions on number three. So that is all I have. I think that is relevant to our decision here tonight and what we need to be focusing on. And again, I also want to thank all of the members of the community that spoke out. And I do want to thank the folks at Wright Hennepin. They contacted me and sent me some information, and I did talk with them. And I do believe they're a good organization. They have everybody's best interest at heart here. And there's no doubt that, yes, we need to figure out how to get an increased electric power supply to our other areas, but it just seems like there's some better options at this point. So I will end, and we'll go around the horn one more time to see if there's any follow-up questions from the commissioners. Commissioner Scholak, do you have any follow-ups?
It was, thank you, Chair. It was brought up at some point about the health effects of low frequency EMF. And just a cursory look at the internet, including from the National Institutes of Health. Some of the articles that they brought up are sort of contradict each other. There's data out there that you can make for either argument, whether it be for cancer or for affecting pregnant women, livestock, and even the biological effects on foliage. So I think because you can, for every one article that you can find that list the risks of this, the physical risks of it, and you can probably find another article that says, no, this it's not true. I think what I'm hearing more is the visual and the psychological effects that this would go into, how it would affect the neighbors of that. But still, going back to the fact that there's no clear one study that definitively speaks to physical health or harm. Because it is a 50-50 situation, I still would err on the side of caution. So that's all I would add to that.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioner Varenkamp, any follow-up questions or comments?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. Again, I believe our co-op is absolutely excellent and such. While they made comments and staff has made comments that they've worked together to achieve or come to this location, I just don't agree with that location. I want to thank everybody that's called in. I've gotten a few emails on my comments and such. I just think there's is a better place that has less impact on current residents, and that's my number one thing. The talk about retiring the current substation at Larkin and 116, it just seems like that would be something that could be overhauled or whatever. I don't know what retiring the substation means, but it just seems like we've got one there. If the new could go in there and it could be quieter with the new designs and those kind of things, I just think that corner makes things better in my mind, or anywhere further east along the actual power line, all the way over to 101, almost real close to like Hy-Vee. So that's my thoughts and ideas. I know it'll be talked about a lot amongst us over the next few days, and then it goes to the city council too. Again, I want to thank Wright Hennepin for all they've done for the whole community. Thank God we are not down in Texas right now, and we've made it through what we've done here for the last couple of weeks in the cold and such. So thank you, Wright Hennepin. Thank you for your efforts. Thank our staff also. And again, we've got an open slate here. I think we can put it in a better place than what we're coming up with or what is in front of us tonight. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Verenkamp. Commissioner Wu, any follow-up? Where is she? Oh, there she is.
I don't have any other follow-up other than I'm in agreement with Jeff Dickman about the variance, the practical difficulties. I just don't see in favor of the applicant on items 1 and 2. I do feel that they could follow the what we're requiring for the district and make the purchase. I think that their requirement for a smaller lot is purely financial, and that is not a burden of proof to say that the variance should be granted, in my opinion. I also feel that it's not unique to this plot of land. So I have disagreement that on item number 2, that these conditions are unique to this parcel of land. I just don't see that. So those are my opinions on not awarding the variance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Wu. Commissioner Dickman, any follow-up questions?
No follow-up questions. Thanks to Wright Hennepin for being a member of our community and supporting us. And again, it's specifically on the merits of this variance. I don't think it needs to be adversarial, and I hope the conversation continues and we can get to a good solution that helps all of our residents and not putting a few of them at a potential disadvantage here.
Okay, thank you. I do have just one other comment. This would be under performance standards, and under performance standards, item D, buildings and structures shall be constructed to be compatible with the size, color, appearance, and character of other structures in the zoning district. I will say that in my tour of the comparables, I was less than impressed with the design and structure and appearance of those buildings. Now, our professional staff notes in paragraph 3, however, if the planning commission feels that a higher standard is required because of the visibility along 116, the variance would allow the city to attach conditions. Go on down to paragraph 5. If the planning commission felt a more residential character was desired, they could require an upgrade to one of the following materials, which would be acceptable residential materials. So if if the city council goes and approves this, and we know that this will be surrounded by residential buildings, I would suggest that the planning commission support the recommendation to the city council that they adopt the upgraded building structure materials that would lend itself more to a residential neighborhood that not only exists next to it, but that surrounds it, which would include then face brick. And of course, there's any number of other things there. But you know what I mean, Kendra?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So does anybody, it says here, the flexibility to require an upgrade to the building materials could be part of a finding for approval of the variance in condition 3. Now, I'd like to make that recommendation to the city council. Can we do that regardless of whether or not the recommendation from the commission is to approve this or not approve, but to recommend to the council approval of the project, or we deny, or we recommend denial of the project?
If you do not recommend approval, you can take action on a denial recommendation, and you can ask that those comments about the materials upgrades be forwarded to the council. We had 3 council members on earlier tonight, and so they're hearing those comments live. I think they're all still on.
I see the
as
mayor
well.
and Commissioner Nichol. Okay.
Yep. So
All
I
right.
think we can certainly share those comments. If you had specific thoughts, you can certainly discuss that, and they'll hear that firsthand, and we can pass those along. But it wouldn't be part of your recommendation if your recommendation was for denial, but it could be a separate comment to be shared.
Okay, fellow commissioners, what do you think about that? I don't know if you guys saw, but the other sites, they all have nice monument signs out front. I think it's like limestone, and they're big and they're landscaped, sitting out front. And I did not miss not seeing that in this location. Maybe it's a design standard that they dropped, but I thought it was very classy that they did that at their other sites. I don't believe Bass Lake has one per se, but given it was so cold and it just snowed that day, maybe I just didn't see it. Maybe it was somewhere else along Bass Lake Road, but I noticed that the other ones did have it, but apparently the Corcoran site here does not have such a monument for this proposed site. Okay, is there any other final comments or questions before we go ahead and take a vote?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to comment on a couple of things. Again, appreciate everyone's time tonight. Appreciate the dialogue, the conversations we've had. Appreciate the opportunity in communicating with this commission. I want to reiterate, in a couple of weeks, we will be having this discussion with the council. We will be looking at, we'll be reviewing the alternative sites. The purpose of tonight's meeting, has been pointed out by Commissioner Dickman and others, is really the merits of our application with regards to the proposed site. And a couple of the points that were brought up was the challenges of point number 1, the practicality of 2.5 acres versus 20. And I think that the rationale behind that is it doesn't make sense for either the city or the utility for a utility to secure 20 acres. And even one of the residents made mention of this, that's valuable land. And to tie it up as part of a utility essential service probably isn't the best use of that land, the best opportunity for tax revenue in the future. So from our standpoint of it was, well, what can we get by with minimum amount that still allows the city then future developments to capitalize on that and take advantage of that in the future. And it was also mentioned that it was a timing thing because once the city sewer and water gets there, that requirement is gone, right? And then you're down to the 11,000 square foot. So we're trying to balance both of those. And then there was the other point of, well, is 2.5 acres too big? Well, as you know, I don't think we want to narrow it too, make it too much smaller because the 2.5 acres beyond the 3/4 of an acre that we're actually using allows for the drainage, allows for the landscaping. You know, we're 30% above the landscaping requirements by the city for this application, right? We've made a commitment to work with the city, to work with this planning commission, to do what is necessary to assure that this substation fits in with the character of that area. It's 100 feet off the road. Within time, in not too distant future, those trees are going to grow up. It's going to be blended in. So we're cognizant of the fact of the impact electric infrastructure has on the city, on existing members. And in this whole process, we just try to be transparent in that, in our decision making and our communication with city staff, with yourselves, with residents, and both from a need perspective. And I think that's clear to everyone, right? We see what happens if you are not prepared and you do not place your infrastructure in the right areas, as demonstrated in Texas, and the result of what's occurring there and what we just experienced in the cold weather and the stress it has on the systems. So there is rationale to why we locate these in certain areas. And that is really to put it in the heart of where the load is, because the farther you get away from that, the more operational risks you take. And what may be an easy decision today on, well, it doesn't make sense there, it may come back to be impactful down the road when we have issues with power. God, I hope that's not the case, but that's the risk that you incur. And so we try to balance that, right? It's a balance of operational as well as aesthetics and working within the city. So hopefully we did our best in trying to address the rationale behind the size, the location, the need for the variance, the benefits of just not to us, but to the city, and what the city can do with that land in the future.
Mr. Sandberg, I know that you and I talked about that, and
yes, I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, and I agree with you that and I think our conversation went to the site had to be a couple acres because of all the setbacks and this and that, and I can fully appreciate that. I think maybe one of the unknowns that I know that there's some apprehension about is the future expansion of it. I mean, all of the comparable sites that I saw that you provided, it looked like they were all one transformer. None of them were two. And that unknown as to, okay, well, what's this thing going to really look like at the end of the day, maybe in a couple of years, I think is one thing. But that is not part of the the conditions that we have to measure by. So, and this whole thing about, there seems to be a contradiction here. If one person says, well, this is really valuable land, the notion is then that, well, if you guys put this, well, then it'll devalue all the land and it'll never get developed. And I don't think anybody buys that either. But it might have an impact on what type of home gets built. Is it luxury or is it not? the idea about, property tax revenue, there is in some of our applications, the applicant's required to show that, what is going to be the impact on property tax revenue. That is not a situation here. And it would be impossible for us to do that. But taking out, the 2.5 acres that you guys want to do would be negligible, as far as I'm concerned, to the property tax revenue that will be generated now and in the future. So I appreciate all your comments and thank you very much.
And just let you know, Commissioner, all those sites you visited, all those substations are structured or set up to be able to duplicate the transformer within the fence. So
they are.
We do design our substations now. Of course, this didn't occur 50, 70 years ago when the one in the corner. Yes, sorry, Brian.
I just want to clarify. So the three sites visited, Bass Lake and Trailhaven were set up for one sub. Just to clarify, Lawndale was for two, and the three sites Bob was referencing originally was the three proposed sites we talked for alternatives considered were all set up for two in the Corcoran area. Just to clarify.
Thank you for clarifying, Brian.
Okay, thank you, Brian.
So your drawing that you see from us does represent the two transformers.
Okay. Well, would it be fair to say, Mr. Sandberg, then that the second the second one would be the replacement of the existing substation, or would it be, well, we expanded the new substation, but we're still going to run the existing one?
No, that is a fair representation. That would be the plan.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, fellow commissioners, any other discussions or questions? All right. Well, does anybody have any recommended changes to the resolution to approve a preliminary plat, variance, and administrative permit for the Shamrock Edition? I guess I hadn't said that word before, so it kind of threw me for a loop there. If there is none, we'll take a vote then as it is. Kendra, you look like you desperately want to say something.
Well, you have two options tonight. I just want to clarify. You can recommend approval of the draft resolution approving the request with conditions as may be modified. And that draft is in your packet. Alternatively, you could recommend denial, and you could use the findings in the staff report for items 1 and 2 related to the practical difficulties and uniqueness. I just wanted to remind you, you have two options and need to make a motion on one and then discuss and vote.
Okay, but the resolution as drafted is in the approval, and there's no findings of fact in it for the denial.
Correct. The findings of fact for denial were the second paragraph in the staff report.
Yep.
Because I think if you wished to make a motion to deny, you would say deny, and then you would just kind of summarize those paragraphs for denial. And then I draft a resolution to go to the council. And if you want to recommend approval, you have the findings of fact for approval and conditions that could be modified.
Okay.
If you wish to deny, you ignore the resolution in your packet and simply say motion to deny based on these findings.
Okay. So would we want to take a vote on it as is? And if the vote is to deny, then we give the reasonings after that.
Well, you're going to want an affirmative motion for denial. So if the commission's inclination is to deny, I would suggest a commissioner make a motion to that effect, get a second and discuss it and then vote on that.
Okay,
I'm not sure I heard a lot of support for approval.
I'm not sure I did either, so. All right.
I'll make a motion to deny approval of the applicant. Wu.
Okay, and do you have a findings of fact that you would like to suggest for that, Commissioner Wu?
I do feel that the compliance, the failure to comply appears to be from a financial standpoint.
Okay, A, B, C, or A or B? I don't remember what.
That would be that there are no practical difficulties in complying with the zoning ordinance. I feel that the motivation to not comply with the zoning ordinance is financial in nature and does not satisfy the burden of proof for a variance.
Okay.
I also feel that that granting the variance will alter the essential character of the locality, because I feel that the description of essential character of locality focuses on the size of the lot, whereas I also feel that it's not just the size of the lot, it's also the use of the lot. And at the time when the MUSA is lifted and that area receives utilities, it will be populated by houses if it remains guided as is, and we will have, in my opinion, a use that is not compatible or in harmony with the general purpose of that land. So I actually disagree on items 1, 2, and 3 of the variance.
So
I don't know if that
and
helps anyone.
No, it's A, B, and C.
I'm looking at the body of text that describes the different variance points, and I'm stating that they haven't met them.
Okay. But Kendra, you see what I'm saying as far as the resolution. So we would be saying we're denying because the variance did not convince us on A, B, and C, or A, B, or C.
Yes, what I heard from Commissioner Wu, and I'm concerned about the findings for 3 because it's related to the use, not the lot, and I would want to review that with the city attorney before the council acted. But what I heard her say is she's moving to recommend denial of the variance based on the finding that 1, there are no practical difficulties in complying with the zoning ordinance. The applicant has not provided information to show that they cannot comply with the 20-acre minimum lot size in the urban reserve zoning district. The primary obstacle to compliance appears to be financial, and economic impacts alone do not constitute a practical difficulty. 2, that the conditions upon which the petition for a variance are based are not unique to the parcel of land for which the variance is sought and were not created by the landowner. There are a number of properties in the urban reserve district that would like to subdivide into smaller lots. The circumstances are not unique to this property. And 3, the granting of the variance will alter the essential character of the locality because it will allow a use that is not compatible with the adjacent residential uses. I am concerned about that one, but I think that is her motion, and I could certainly, if there was a second and an action on that, I would review it with the city attorney.
Okay, now as a point of technicality, Kendra, we have potentially 3 A, B, and C. But what if a commissioner agrees with 2 out of the 3 or 1 out of the 3? Is this a all or nothing for each commissioner that we have to agree? I mean, do we have to have a consensus amongst the 5 of us to have one of those included as a finding of fact?
Well, what I would say is I believe I captured Commissioner Wu's motion. What we should do is get a second, and then the commission can debate each of those. And then with the motioner and seconder's approval, modify the motion. But ultimately, you'll vote on the motion either as it ultimately gets modified. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Okay.
Okay. So we have a motion to deny the resolution findings of fact for failure to meet the ordinance standards for A, B, and C.
Mr. Chair, a second.
All right, we have a second. Okay. Apologize here, folks. I'm just trying to get my pages in order here. Okay, we will do a roll call. Commissioner Dickman,
Aye for the denial.
Commissioner Wu,
Aye for denial.
Commissioner Varenkamp,
Aye for denial.
and Commissioner Scholak.
Aye for denial.
Okay, I am going to vote nay, only because I think that the only one that I can really sink my teeth into is C. I think that this will alter the character of the neighborhood, not only now, but in the future. As weak as that may be, I do think there's some merit to A and B, but at this point, I'm gonna vote for approval, but I do have concerns with C, and so I'll just leave it be as that. So the motion to disapprove, recommendation to disapprove to the City Council passes 4-1. So for everybody that is online, we appreciate your time today and tonight, and for everything that you've done. Hopefully I feel strongly that this is all going to come to a resolution at some point. Obviously, we need the power, and I think there is an answer that will work for everybody, and I look forward to seeing that. So thank you very
And
much.
Mr. Chair, just because there was some confusion from having to table the last Planning Commission meeting till tonight, and there was maybe some misstatements. This will go to the City Council next Thursday, the 25th. The packet will be posted on the website tomorrow, and that will include a summary of tonight's meeting with your recommendation. And while you did receive email copies of the letters and petitions, those are both be attached to the packet that goes out to the council. And again, should be on the website by the end of the day tomorrow. So next week is the council meeting.
Okay, very good. And I think I'm on that one. I think I'll have to check. So, okay, everybody.
No, sir, I am.
Oh, you are?
Yep.
Okay, Jim. Do us proud, young man.
Will do, sir.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I know we still have a long way to go here, so let us move quickly then. Does anybody need a break? All right, let's go on to item 6B, request a public hearing for a request for a preliminary plat for Hunter's Place Second Edition at 10110 County Road 16. Kendra, your report, please.
Let's talk about essential services. This is another plat to allow construction of an essential service facility on County Road 116. This is Hunter's Place Second Edition. Tonight, we only have the preliminary plat for you, though. This is a city project. This is the Lothar Farm on 116. Hope Church is right here, north of Hunter's Ridge. I think I probably got the name wrong. I always get that name wrong for the street, but Bellwether's project, 5th edition is in this location. So the Lothar Farm home is located in the southern portion of the site. And the city approved a topographic survey and wetland delineation for Lot 2, the southern portion of the site that'll be retained by the Lothers, because there is no development proposed on Lot 2 at this time. The home and structures will remain as is, but prior to any development or redevelopment of the site, of course, a wetland and topo survey would be required. This property is guided existing residential and zoned RSF1, single family residential. And like the previous application, essential services are allowed by an administrative permit in this district. The site, again, just another location map, north side of town, north of 30, Bellwether to the east, Hope Church to the west. The city's discretion in approving a preliminary plat is whether or not it meets the standards in the zoning and subdivision ordinance. If it meets the plat, you must approve the plat. We have limited discretion in preliminary plats. Along with the preliminary plat is a final plat that will catch up to this with the preliminary plat at the city council. As you know, Planning Commission reviews preliminary plat, but not final plat. The preliminary plat will create two lots, a northern lot for a future well site, and the southern lot will remain in the ownership of the Lothers. This is a city project, so the design of the well facility is not complete. The city council has authorized work to continue on that, but we do not yet have the design, but our purchase agreement we need to continue to move forward with. So this is just for the plat to create lot 1 on the north, about a 3.2 acre site. And the remaining part retained by the Lothers is about a 9.8 acre site on the south. This is just a concept. So again, we're not talking about the plan tonight, but just for context to make sure the lot is big enough. The future lot will have a lime softening plant, a 50 by 50 building, an iron filtration expansion, some lime handling, and then the production well itself. So we've got drive aisles, parking for employees, for maintenance. And then this concept, initially we will likely come off of 116, but in the long term, when lot 2 develops, it will be designed in a way so the access can come down to Hunter's Ridge. Again, concept only, just for sort of context. You can see the relationship of the well lot to the Lother home and accessory buildings here. This was in your packet as well. Just as we make developers do ghost plats to make sure that we're providing for future connections, we provided a very preliminary ghost plat on our site to show how in the future this access along 116 could be eliminated and could tie into a new public street that would serve future residential on the east half of the Lother site with perhaps some access here. Certainly not a plan from the landowner, just a way to show how this road will connect in the future to provide access to the well site. The proposed plat exceeds the minimum standards, excuse me, in the RSF1 zoning district. The setbacks haven't been reviewed because there's no actual site plan, but the concept plan review does appear to comply with that. The additional right-of-way for County Road 116 will be dedicated with the plat for lot 1, but as is our practice, we are not requiring dedication for 116 as part of the lot 2 dedication, because in the future, when that gets subdivided, they will be required to provide that additional right-of-way at that time. The site does not require park dedication, and that's because the lot 1, which is the new lot, is for public use, and we typically don't pay ourselves for park dedication. It's not a commercial use or a residential use that's going to create park demand. So no park dedication is required at this time. However, if lot 2 were to redevelop in the future, they would be subject to the park dedication standards in place at that time. Mr. Chair, this is a public hearing on the preliminary plat request. We do recommend that you open the public hearing, take comments, and then move to recommend approval of the draft resolution approving the preliminary plat for Hunter's Place Second Edition.
Very good. Thank you, Kendra. At this point, I'll open this up to the public hearing. Natalie, is there anybody out there that wishes to speak on this topic?
Currently, I don't see anyone with any raised hands, but there have been a couple people who've joined the call since we gave directions earlier. So I will advise everyone, let's see here. I don't think we have any, oh, we do have 2 phone callers. So if you're joining us by phone, please hit *9 to raise your hand. Otherwise, via Zoom, you would just hit the reactions button in the bottom toolbar, and you should be able to select the raise your hand function. And we can give everyone a couple of moments. And Mr. Chair, I still do not see a raised hand at this time.
Okay, motion to close public hearing.
So moved, Camp.
I'll second that. Jacobs. All right, all those in favor of closing this public hearing, please state your vote. Jacobs, yay. Commissioner Dickman,
Yay.
Commissioner Scholak,
Yay.
Commissioner Varenkamp,
Yay.
and Commissioner Wu.
Yay.
Okay, the public hearing is now closed. Okay, commission discussion recommendation. You know what, I'll start this time. Kendra, this obviously differs from our previous one because this is already in an RSF1 district. So we don't have a UR 20 acre minimum. Is that correct?
That's correct. The minimum lot size in the RSF1 district is 20,000 square feet, and the small lot, lot 1, is 3.25 acres.
Okay, and since we're not looking at anything here on the building or whatnot, this is just for the subdivision. My question is, did I hear you say that this is another administrative application? Why are we hearing this then?
You're reviewing the plat, you're reviewing the subdivision.
Okay, all right.
But it's just, I think I wanted to mention the essential service because I think it's important to understand how important these types of facilities are. We have lift stations in town already that have been administratively approved. We have a gas substation that's been administratively approved. So it was just a point of reference that there is a next step, and that's what's going to be there.
Okay, got it. One last question. Is the owners, the Lothers, do they not run a church off this site?
Well, Brian Lother is and Jacqueline are the owners of this site, and Brian is the pastor at Hope Community Church across the street on the other side of 130. I don't believe they run the church out of this, although I don't know if they have host events at the church or not. I believe the applicant is online.
Okay, I guess my question is there any issue with the zoning and the future use and the division of this if this is part of the church property and it is tax exempt? I know it's an obscure question. I think I know the answer to it, but I just wanted to ask you if you had any other take on this due to its current use. I mean, here's the thing, everything it is that we do with utilities, there's always opposition, but there doesn't maybe seem to be any opposition here since the person closer to this is selling the land. I'm just wondering if that's because it's a future water, drill site, or if it's because it's not a residential property at all, but it's a tax exempt church property.
Well, Hennepin County data, which was included in your packet, says the property type is residential and homesteaded. So I don't believe it's treated as a church property. I believe it's treated
Okay.
as a residential property and taxed that way.
And Mr. Chair, I hate to interrupt, but it turns out Kathy was attempting to raise her hand during the public comment as she was having troubles with the emoticons, I think. So I don't know if you would like to give her some time to speak, as she did thoroughly attempt to try to raise her hand.
Okay, and Kathy is she the applicant?
Kathy is a resident, I believe. She has been on the call for hours, so I would advocate to let her speak.
Okay. I'm sure the regular commissioners, the other commissioners would agree. So please, by all means.
All right, I'm gonna go
invite her
ahead and unmute you, Kathy, and please state your full name and address for the record.
Unmute. Are we on?
Yes, you are on.
Okay, cool. The only reactions that I had on the emoticons here were a clap or a thumbs up. And I didn't see anything about a hands up. Anyway, to move on, thank you.
Name and address.
This is Gary Dickinson. We are at 19725 Hunter's Ridge. I'm here with my wife, Kathy, and we are concerned about this water treatment plant going in. Initially, when we moved into Corcoran, we were told that our residential properties were not allowed to subdivide. And now we have a neighbor subdividing for commercial use. And I didn't know that was an issue. I guess I'm concerned if that's a something that anyone can do. Maybe I'll subdivide myself. Anyway, this industrial water treatment plant in a residential area, oh, there we go, I think is a concern because it is a industrial treatment plant. This will require massive amounts of caustic chemicals to operate, and they will be coming on my street. This will include things like lime and probably potassium permanganate if they're going to do actual iron treatment. Also, it looks as though that once water and sewer is installed, we can subdivide the rest of our property down to 10,000 square feet. Is that what I'm seeing on the maps here? I think all of us would like to know about that, and I'm curious if the covenants are involved in that, or if there's enough infrastructure in the city to handle everyone to the east of 116 to subdivide down to 10,000 square feet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll let those questions until everybody's, is there anyone else? I see Mr. Lothar, you're on.
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, just to clarify your question about the ownership, my wife Jackie and I actually are the owners of the property, and we do pay taxes. It's not actually owned by the church. I purchased this over the last 20 some years. Our church is on the east side of County Road 116. This property, I'm sorry, on the west side of County Road 116, and this property is on the east side of County Road 116. So we do pay taxes and have been paying taxes for a number of years, and the property is not owned by the church.
Okay, Brian, I didn't put you Lothar to the owner Lothar.
That's okay.
This. But and not to split hairs on this, but Brian, did at one time I remember I saw a sign out there, and I used to see church before the church on the west side was ever built.
Right. We originally,
and that's why I've always been under the assumption that the property was still used for church services. And although I don't see the cars as much, but that's why I just asked, because I just remember that from a historical perspective. And it was inconsequential, but.
Sure. In 1997, the property was purchased with the intent of building a church there. That didn't work out for us. And in 2000, we purchased the property on the west side of 116. And at that time, then I started to buy this property as my personal residence, and have been paying taxes on it for a number of years now.
Okay. All right. And like I said, I just want to know if there was going to be any issue between an exempt use and that. But thank you very much for clarifying.
Sure.
Natalie, is there anyone else that has raised their hand that wants to speak? Have we missed anyone?
I don't see any current hands being raised, and she was the only speaker, or her and her husband were the only speakers that were struggling with the emoticons. So I believe we are set.
Okay. Before we open up the mics into the other commissioners, Kendra, would you like to address the questions that they asked? I'm sure there's some relative answers to the subdivision and everything else about what they might be able to do in the future with that.
Sure. I think there were some questions about when not knowing that this land could be subdivided, and is their land subdividable, and what's the minimum lot size, and let's talk about those first. As part of the 2040 comprehensive plan, which was adopted 2 years ago now, back in 2019, after 2.5 years of public process, we did update the land use map, but the Lothar property, as well as the other properties on Hunter's Ridge, are guided existing residential. The Lothar property, because we were looking at it for the well site and because we had a specific request from the landowner, was zoned to RSF1. All of the other properties on Hunters are in the urban reserve district. And tied to that zoning, it is because the Lothar property, along with the Hope Church property on the other side of the street, is in the phase 1 sewer staging plan, meaning to get service between 2020 and 2025. The other homes, the existing homes on Hunter's Ridge, are in phase 4, not planned to get sewer and water until 2035, 2040. That is why they're in that urban reserve holding district. Once sewer and water becomes available, they too could be rezoned to an urban zoning district. With the underlying existing residential, it would, like this property, be the RSF1 zoning district, which would allow 20,000 square foot minimum lot size, not 10, 20,000 square foot minimum lot size, or roughly a half acre. So that could happen in the future. I think there was sort of a question about why is there a well site here that we're looking at? And the comprehensive plan has long identified the need for both a well and 1 or 2 water towers in this northeast area of Corcoran. And for the last couple of years, we've kind of narrowed in on this particular site and have been working through that. There have been a number of conversations at the city council meeting as recently as the last council meeting to authorize engineering staff to continue forward on the design. So most of the conversation on the well site has been happening at the council over the last couple of years, but has been in the comprehensive plan. So I think those were the questions, and in addition to the stated concerns from the Dickinsons.
Okay, thanks. And for the Dickinsons, I attended that meeting the last week, and there is a quite lengthy report about the water system proposed and the potential tower sites. And I would recommend that if you had any other further questions, that maybe you call City Hall and see how you can get access to that, either online or a copy of it. it's interesting, and I don't live too far from you, and I was asking questions about it myself. So that would be a great resource to get you up to speed as to what the plans are for that. Okay, commission discussion questions. I don't anticipate there's going to be a whole lot, so I'm just going to open it up to the rest of the commissioners. Anybody who has any, please feel free to speak up. Okay, not hearing any. Chair will entertain a motion to approve the preliminary plat for Hunter's Place Second.
So moved, Mayor.
You want me to flip a coin?
Dickman.
Okay, Mr. Dickman has a second. All right, roll call vote. Commissioner Varenkamp.
Aye.
Commissioner Dickman.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Commissioner Scholak.
Aye.
And Commissioner Jacobs votes aye. So the resolution is so approved. Okay, where is my agenda? All right, we will move on to item 6C, public hearing, request for interim use permit for an accessory dwelling unit at 6330 Snyder Road. And Kendra, you are up again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This property is existing residential property, guided existing residential and zoned, again, urban reserve. A wetland delineation was approved for the site. No impacts to the wetland are proposed. The applicant's request is to allow an interim use permit and to allow an accessory dwelling unit or an ADU in that detached garage. The new garage would be located on the north side of the lot. This is the parcel. You can see the house is down here, and the new garage with accessory dwelling unit would be up here on the north side of the lot. This is the location of the property, again, in the southern portion of the city, north of Hackamore in the urban reserve zoning district. The plans, again, this is showing the approved wetland delineation. So there are wetlands on site that separate the proposed garage on the north side with the home on the south. The garage would have a new access coming in off of Snyder Road. And the garage would be oriented towards Snyder Road. The garage would be a 2,000 square foot footprint, 1,200 square feet footprint for the garage and 800 for the ADU, the accessory dwelling unit. The ordinance for a lot this size allows 2,594 square feet of accessory structure. In your packet, you had some information about the building itself. The building does comply with the 10-foot sidewall height limit and does meet all setback requirements. The applicant provided a lengthy narrative explaining why they desired the accessory dwelling unit for their parents to live in the home and help care for young children. The image on the screen shows the new garage is the north side of the building and the new ADU is the south side of the building. The building will require a new well and septic, and Hennepin County has provided some preliminary review, but must do final approval prior to issuance of a building permit. There was a small discrepancy in a wetland setback for the septic. It does need to meet a 75-foot setback from the wetland, and I think that can be slid to accommodate that. Because they're not platting, they're not required to comply with the wetland buffer requirements of our ordinance. That's only triggered by a plat or a subdivision, but we certainly do encourage them to maintain that wetland buffer. Given that the edge of the buffer remains largely in a wooded area that'll be preserved, we think they'll be able to preserve that buffer. The garage will accommodate 3 vehicles in the garage itself, which 2 parking spaces are required for an accessory dwelling unit. And the architecture of the unit is compatible with the existing home. So this top image is the view from Snyder, and this is the rear view, similar to the materials, the lap siding, the shake, and the asphalt shingles of the house. It's got a very much a residential look to the residential ADU component of it, which is what our ordinance looks for. So that is compliant with the ordinance standards. This gives you a sense of the footprint of the garage. When I say 3 parking spaces, I'm talking about here. They have a drawing that shows perhaps they could have snowmobiles or 4-wheelers in the back portion of the garage. But the accessory dwelling unit has a separate entrance, living quarters here on the south side of the building. It does have some storage space above the garage component. And again, that cannot be used for expanded for living space. The ordinance does limit accessory dwelling space to a total of 800 square feet, but certainly can be used for storage of materials like any other accessory garage. Section 1040.020 of the ordinance establishes 12 standards for accessory dwelling units, and I outline those starting on page 3 of the staff report. And we believe that the applicant complies with all of those standards. The thing I would note is standards number 11 and 12 specifically relate to the interim use permit and its distinction from a conditional use permit. I know the commissioners are aware of this, but for any members of the public who are listening, this is different from a conditional use permit in that a conditional use permit runs with the land in perpetuity. Once you get a conditional use permit, you always have a conditional use permit. An interim use permit's different because it has a sunset clause. It ends at a certain point. It ends when the use of the property changes or the ownership of the property changes. So if they were to sell this house, a new home buyer would need to come back to the city and get approval to continue to use that accessory dwelling unit. The interim use permit is reviewed by city staff every 3 years to ensure compliance and can be revoked if it is in violation of the approvals. For example, if it expanded into the garage space or something like that. The attached resolution is for approval of the interim use permit for the accessory dwelling unit. We do recommend that you open the public hearing and take public comments. After the packet went out, we did receive 1 letter of support, and that was emailed out to the planning commissioners from George Gamock. Hopefully you all got that. It will be attached to the council packet that goes out for next week's review as well. But that is entered into the record as if it were read into the record. With that, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to stand for questions before you open the public hearing or after. And I think I saw the applicant on.
Okay, very good. Why don't we save our questions for our professional staff after the public hearing? I got a feeling it'll be relatively short. So at this point, I'll open this up. Natalie, would you please let us know if there's anybody that would like to participate in the open forum?
Yes, we do have 1 caller currently with their hand raised, caller ending in 8839. Go ahead and press *6 to unmute and then state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. The name is D. Sikora, 6410 Elm Street. And I have some questions, even though it's a wonderful couple and family that have moved into Snyder Road. We've been here in our home for over 35 years, which basically almost butts up to the back end of their property. Our concerns more from the neighborhood is the water drainage. Everything from up Elm Street, Trail Lane North, Valley View is all sloped to the wetland areas that are all behind the homes on Elm Street. This particular property is kind of split in two with a natural pond in between, with this structure going on the north side of that pond. We do have a culvert underneath Snyder that leads from the other three natural ponds on Valley View, Trail Lane, and the west side of Snyder, and that all goes back into all these wetlands that this property butts up next to. The property that has the largest just east of him is the 20202 McGowan property, which was just, I believe Lennar had done a large wetland situation or marked everything back here because of some of their proposed homes going in off 116 in Hackamore. So the only concern we have as a neighborhood is to make sure that we don't have a problem with the water runoff, which is naturally sloped to the back end of this property, and also that the wetland areas behind us to the west of that Snyder Road and to the north, where the largest natural pond is, that Elm Creek Watershed all has denoted on their maps, aren't impeded by anything. So when I read things like the existing survey is showing a 10-foot buffer for wetland, the city standard is 15 feet, but it's not required. That's concerning because of the nature of the wetlands around us. It's not wetland areas that people can come in and we'll fill this spot and build you a new wetland in another area. It's just not possible. So I guess that I'd just like to see a little more in-depth look at that part of this request for a building. One, the size of, I believe Kendra said that on a lot this size, which is listed as 5.5 acres, that encompasses the whole piece of property, not the piece that the structure is going on. That's much smaller. So the footprint of 2,500 that they've met at just 2,000 is also something might need to be relooked at, because they've encompassed the whole lot size in that equation. Also, they came out and surveyed the property in November, and this family's been very fortunate to be able to do the kind of clearing they've done for just the buckthorn, but because we've been drier back here than usual. And most of the time, that's under about a foot of water, that whole piece. After 35 years, and the previous owner was also my daycare provider. I know the property. I'm just concerned, and I don't think any of my neighbors stayed up this late to ask questions, so I got a list of them, but that is the biggest thing. Are we going to have the natural water runoff that we have back here? And is it going to impede the natural ponds that are already laid out? I mean, documented on maps that we have. And our roads, you know, are the culverts going to be okay? They're all going to lead to his property. And, you know, I'd hate to see anything new built and then damaged, because there isn't any futuristic type, oh, what if we have, you know, a great rain where everything's going to roll right there. Anyway, I live right behind them. They're great people, but the rest of the neighborhood needs to know if this is being looked at. One of the maps has basin 1 and 2. Basin 1 for wetland is virtually in the southeast corner, and that's nowhere near the area that is being built on. It's being built on the Basin 2 area. So I'd just like the commissioners to take this into effect and just take a closer look. You might not have been down here before. We're right across from Trail Dusters where the horses come. But an improvement is great, just so it doesn't damage anything we've got here that's natural. And of course, flood all our yards too. Thank you for your time, and wow, you guys do a lot of different kind of work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Kendra, I'll give you a chance to answer those after we close the public hearing. Would that be fair?
Yes.
So do we have anything else?
At this time, no one else is raising their hand to speak.
Okay. All right. Well, again, yes. Did you have something to say, Kendra?
No, sorry, I was just correcting
Oh, I
myself.
thought I saw your hand go up. Okay. All right. If there's nobody else wishing to address the commission, I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
Take that motion if you like.
I apologize. Someone just raised their hand. Is that okay to let him speak? I do apologize.
It's still open.
Okay. All right, Kevin Henn, I'm going to go ahead and request that you're unmuted. Please restate your name and provide your address for the record.
Kevin Henn, 6330 Snyder Road. I'm the applicant. I just didn't know if now was my time to respond.
This is a time if you would like to address the commission, Mr. Henn. And again, when the commission goes into questions and discussion, we may call upon you to answer a specific question. So, but by all means, you have the floor if you'd like to, if you have anything to say.
Oh yeah, just to respond to these comments. Yeah, no, I'm aware of the wetland system. I'm aware of the neighborhood, and I've talked to about with the neighbor to the north, and just got the whole history of the wetlands and how there's been different issues and how the site's performed over time. You know, I've done soils reports. I'm working with a civil engineer. I'm a landscape architect myself. I'm confident between the two of us that we'll come up with an effective grading strategy that won't impact the neighborhood in any way. And then my builder is also our neighbor to the south, and he proposed a very similar shop, square footage wise, and on similar soil conditions. So the team of us three we feel like we can propose something that'll work for everybody. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Henn. So is this correct? You purchased this just about a year ago?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Natalie, is there anyone else?
I don't see anyone raising their hand at this time.
Okay, good. All right, so we had a motion by, I think, Mr. Shulak.
Second, Barry.
Second by Camp. All right. All right, we'll take a vote to close the public hearing. Commissioner Jacobs, yay. Commissioner Dickman,
Yay.
Commissioner Scholak,
Yay.
Commissioner Varenkamp,
Yay.
and Commissioner Wu.
Yay.
Okay. The public hearing is now closed. All right. Planning Commission discussion and questions. Who would like to start? How about you, Jim?
All right. I'm just wondering, in a situation like this, and boy, wouldn't we all be lucky enough to have to be a landscaper and have two builders helping to prepare our plans for us. In a situation like this where there could be some runoff problems and flooding onto the neighbors' properties. Is there some sort of insurance or some sort of assurance that that can be worked into the deal, that if later some of these properties do see high water levels, that someone at least is responsible for those?
Well, that is always the $10,000 question, Jim, you know, and after all of the issues that have come before us that have a water issue, I have yet to see the perfect solution for, you know, a system that, one, guarantees there won't be any water, and two, that protects those that are harmed by wetland. I don't know, Kendra, if there's anything you have to add to that.
Well, what I would say, Mr. Chair, is that the applicant is required to comply with state watershed and local water runoff rules. And we do review for compliance with that. The city engineer included a memo where he asked for a couple of additional details. He has reviewed it. The wetland delineation is approved. We know where the wetland delineation is. We have the contours for the site, and he feels confident that the state, local, and watershed rules can be met.
Okay.
But I mean, I guess along this issue, when I went out to the site, listen, it was winter and it just snowed 6 inches, and the site still looked low to me, you know, and I thought, well, so if this thing has a history of flooding out the whole entire site, I mean, isn't this something that would give some red flags to building a structure in an area that has the potential to go completely underwater? I'm just asking the question.
It is. It does have a 998 floor floor elevation, which is above 2 feet above the adjacent ground, which is what we require. So you have to raise the foundation up slightly above the surrounding land so that the building itself doesn't flood. It is a slab on grade. I think engineering actually made a note in their comments that they might be more concerned if it had a basement in it, but slab on grade, they're confident that the drainage can be managed for the building itself. And it is significantly higher than the adjacent wetlands. Again, 3 feet roughly higher than the adjacent wetland on the north, and about 5 feet higher than the adjacent wetland on the south.
Okay.
But so that is fairly flat, but it does comply with our requirements to have a 2-foot separation.
Okay. I'm sorry, Jim, please continue. Yeah, I think you're on mute, Jim.
Yeah, that was my only concern, and my only suggestion would be to build a moat. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you, sir.
All right, very good. Commissioner Varenkamp.
I want a garage that I can live in. I'm very much like this. My only concern or question would be, does that living space, is that something that can be rented out? Is that a revenue generator, or that's nothing we can control?
It could be rented out. In fact, the ADU ordinance contemplates the potential for that. It simply says that the owner must live in either the primary or secondary unit. We do not have a rental licensing ordinance, so people can rent their homes or their accessory building.
Okay, thanks.
Is that it? Mr. Varenkamp?
That's all I got, other than I'd love for them to adopt me. I'd love to have my snowmobiles and my four-wheelers right next to my bedroom, but it's a whole nother discussion.
Yes. Commissioner Wu?
You know, when I looked at this application, I felt, and this may not be correct, but I felt like they really wanted to build something bigger than 800 square feet, that it's kind of, they're building the accessory dwelling, and I could be completely wrong on this, but this was my first reaction when I looked at it, was that they really wanted to build something that was more house than garage, but garage, an accessory dwelling unit with the garage was the way into building the residence. So when we got the letter from George Gumark, I think it brought up some really good points about the limitations on the square footage, and I realized that this isn't the time to really debate that. But I think going forward, I would ask the question as to, you know, is 800 square foot limitation of a fair limitation on an accessory dwelling unit? Especially when the primary dwelling unit houses are getting larger. And so 800 square feet is, you know, if it were meant to be a ratio of comparison between the accessory dwelling unit and the primary dwelling unit, is 800 still reflective of where the primary dwelling unit size is? Because I think we all know houses have gotten a lot larger in the last few years. Other than that, I think it's a really lovely design, and I wish the applicants well. Thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Dickman?
Yeah, I had similar comments or thoughts to Commissioner Wu around, do we have the right code or ordinance for ADUs, and is that another plank we could be thinking about as in the city as we go forward for multi-generation housing opportunities and or rental opportunities. We've talked about affordable housing before and no apartment units and things of that nature, but is this a way to think about that and have the code that matches up with it? The other question I had, it's not a he shed or a she shed, so I don't know what it is when parents move in-law suite or what the official term is, but
Mother-in-law's apartment.
Mother-in-law's apartment, okay.
Yeah.
I agree with the drainage piece, having run by that area several times. The one thing I think going in favor for the applicant is that the driveway is going to be on Snyder versus facing to the north. The other thing too about drainage, I don't want to miss the forest of the trees, is we're going to have 475 plus houses going in less than a quarter mile away. So drainage could look very different the next 5 years than it has the past 35 years as Tavara gets up and going and they bring earth movers in and do whatever they're going to do with the area between 116 and Hackmore. So I think given the expertise and the city guidelines, I think the applicant will be just fine. Though we have had a dry spell here since they've moved in, so we'll see. But I would think that maybe that's something to talk about as this ADU and what that looks like more prescriptively for the city, and making sure that 800 square feet, are we artificially capping that, or should that be something different to consider going forward?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dickman. Well, I have some concerns about the whole ADU concept. Now, I'll just get right into it. And I know that we're not here to redesign this, but I think it's something that we need to address as a commission later on. And I thought George did a great job. I have a lot of respect for George. But there's a couple things, that he says, we have a long history with this. And I know that firsthand. I have several neighbors that have homes that were little shoe boxes built on them, but they're agricultural. Family members lived in them years and years and years ago, but all of those units right now are all rental units. Now, my neighbor right next to me, when he built that house, he put up a garage down in the back of the yard and built a livable space. It's got its own septic, it's got its own well. And at one point in time, they rented the whole house, and then they were going to rent the top of that unit. I called the city, and I was told that in a single family residential district, that you could not rent houses. And I would assume that that goes right along with these ADUs. Someone please help me out. But I had no fun when I had a residential house next to me that was rented by about 5 45-year-old guys. And then it went to young kids. So I'm very concerned about ADUs and even primary residences all of a sudden becoming residential units. When this neighborhood that I live in was developed, it was 1 house per 10 acres. But now with the ADUs, it seems to me like it's almost open season to build a second house, right? Because that's what this basically is. It's a second house on a lot that was only designed for a density to accommodate 1 house. And I don't know that maybe our ADU ordinance really quite thinks about this. I mean, how would we all like to have everybody in our neighborhood building second houses? Actually, the neighbors on both sides of me have the situation where they could do that. And if they started renting it out, what would that look like? Is that something you want next to you? I don't know. I mean, I think it's good intentions when people such as the applicants say that they want to have their 2 parents. Maybe I sell my house to my daughter and I build one down, I tear down my building and build a house and I can live there. But I don't know how my neighbors would feel about it. So I think there's some really, really considerable implications about this system that I'd like to suggest that we all talk about in the future to address this. But as it is, this is allowed and we'll deal with it as such. The only thing that I want to note, and I think it's another topic of discussion for this commission, is the idea about the gross building area. And it was just mentioned by Commissioner Dickman about the 800 square feet. Mr. Gamak makes reference to the size, 800 square feet. Maybe it's arbitrary. I wholeheartedly agree. What I don't agree with, though, is our definitions of building area. Now, in this application, and this certainly is not a reflection on our professional Kendra or anybody else. I had a discussion with her about it today. This came from the city council that kind of ebbs and flows with maybe particular situations where they change our ordinances. But in this ordinance, it says that applicant with 5.5 acres can have 2,500 square feet and that he's building a 2,000 square foot building. Yet there's 1,200 square feet on the second floor. Now, again, I'm not familiar with maybe you know, what the roof area is, and I know that there's an equation about how much that might equate to, but if you add that, certainly they're over the allowable 2,594 square feet, but we're just letting it go. And at this point in time, you know what? I had to get a conditional use permit for my barn for an overhang. And apparently they counted that as gross building area, which caused me to get a conditional use permit because apparently somebody thought that I could go and board that in and become square footage. Well, in this particular case, what is to say this applicant, I'm not going to accuse them of this, but somebody down the road, they could look at this and say, well, we have well, we have septic, we have heat, and we have second floor. We could extend that right up to that second area and we could expand that living area. There's nothing to stop them from doing it, but then that would clearly be in violation of this. So I think we need to look at our definitions because if we included that second floor area, they would need to get a variance with this as well. And that variance would give us the ability to maybe say that this can't be used as a residential or as a leased out property. But right now, as it stands, we don't have those kind of tools to do that. But I think that those are things that we should discuss at some other point. As it stands right now, it looks like they meet, you know, all the requirements for it as is. But I do have some concerns with where this whole thing is going, and that's a discussion for another day. With that being said, I did have one question, and maybe this goes again with a technicality within 1040.020. It says in the conditions, item number 2, an accessory dwelling unit shall be located in an existing single-family home or above an attached or detached garage. This obviously is not above. Is that an allowance that we're given because it's not required, or why are we making this recommendation? Because, and I ask that because oddly enough, my 2 neighbors that built these types of facilities, both of those living areas are above a garage. And they were built specifically maybe in accordance with this condition. But now we seem to be just letting it go.
Maybe it's just how I read the ordinance: in an existing single family home or above an attached garage or in a detached garage. It didn't say above a detached garage. So maybe I'm misinterpreting that and we should relook at it.
Okay, I saw it and I just thought, well, this isn't above anything. The other thing I'll say about the square footage, there are, you know, for accessory buildings, they do have 2 other accessory buildings that were not counted in this. I don't think collectively they meet, you know, almost 600 square feet of space. So I don't want to make an issue of it, but if we're going to count accessory buildings where it says you're allowed 1 accessory building, now these people have 3. So,
we don't limit the number, but you're right. I should have included the square footage in the total, which is under the 25,000. That should have been in the staff report. I will add that tonight, so it is in the council report for next week.
Okay. All right. We'll go around again. Anybody else have any other questions or comments for professional staff or discussion points? Okay. Does anybody make any recommendations to changes in the ordinance itself or the resolution? No? Okay. I'll make a motion then to approve the interim use permit for an accessory dwelling unit. Do I have a second?
I'll second that. Schulak.
Okay, we'll do a roll call vote. Chair votes yay. Commissioner Dickman,
Yay.
Commissioner Schulak,
Yay.
Commissioner Varenkamp,
Yay.
and Commissioner Wu.
Yay.
Okay, it passes 5-0. Okay, thank you. Let that one go.
So just a clarifying question as we talk, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
You know, the examples that you talked about your neighbors, if that's interim use, that would be subject to being reviewed. Correct? That's the way I'm interpreting it.
Well, they're already built. I mean, whether or not they got an interim use permit or anything else for that, I don't have any idea. All I know that both those pole buildings were built as garages with living space above them. And they could easily be occupied and rented out by anybody at any time.
So it may surprise the planning commission to learn that people do illegal things on their property, and staff gets code enforcement complaints and does investigate them if we know about them. We adopted this just briefly, and I think certainly the commission could add this to a future work plan and make a recommendation to the council. Staff has had an update to the ADU ordinance on our to-do list as a wish item almost since it's been adopted in 2005. 2005 is when we adopted the ADU ordinance. Prior to that, we did allow, and we still allow by conditional use permit, living facilities accessory to a farm. And in fact, the Pat Nodes and another house on 30, since I've been here, have both gotten those conditional use permits intended to allow for a farmhand to live on the main farm in a second house. And that's still something that is allowed under our ordinance in the rural residential district. The ADU is intended to be something different, but certainly I only have a record of one other person getting approval of an ADU since the ordinance was adopted in 2005. So other things may be happening elsewhere, but I can just say that what we've approved so far has been one, and this is our second application in our city records. But you certainly raise good points, and I think that's something we can talk about at a later date about whether this is the correct standards for our ordinance.
Yeah, the only reason I ask is I just think about, you know, with what's gone on with COVID, right? And if I had aging parents and going into a facility where maybe it was single level like the applicant had was something that they could be on my property, I would think that maybe that would be something I would want to have as an option that's affordable housing. It life cycles them to something that is close to their grandkids, and I could see it vice versa where maybe it's accessory unit for someone that is nannying or somebody that is doing whatever that maybe not rural focused, but has the benefit of the space use and property use of Corcoran. So that's where my head went with that.
Yeah, well, I think George is, right. I mean, now this here, says that one of the conditions is that they can't subdivide it, but does anybody really see that when this, when the sewer and water goes through here and it's all, rezoned? That might be a possibility, and I don't have a problem with that. But, the two agricultural farmsteads that I'm talking about on County Road 30, I talked with a good friend of mine that owns one of those, or his parents do. And I said, are those rented? And he said, yes. However, both of those units were subdivided out. They have their own address, but they also have their own PID. And that must have happened a long time ago. But, I now that I think about it, in my little subdivision neighborhood, there's actually 3 houses here that were all built with accessory buildings that have livable units. And the one down the road, they did finish off, after it was built, a livable area that was for a mother-in-law, and now it's rented out. So I don't think it has its own address, but it is right next to the house. And so, yeah, a lot of people will do a lot of things, without going through the proper channels and where that's discussion, but I would very much like to put this on our wish list, if you would. Okay, let's move on. I guess that is it for our new business. Why did I think we had one more?
You do have one more, Mr. Chair. It is
Oh,
not
yes,
a
we
public
do.
hearing, but is a variance for the property at 20795 Larkin Road.
Yes, I'm sorry. You are correct. Okay, we'll have staff report, please. Or does anybody need to take a break? Anybody at all? Okay. It is 10:30, 5 minutes. Is everybody okay with that? Okay.
Sounds good.
Back at 10:35.
You got 10:35?
Yeah, it's 10:29. We'll be reconvene at 10:35.
Oh, I was gonna say, if you thought it was 10:35, that's almost like bar time kind of thing.
It is bar time, Mr. Chair.
All right, we'll see you at 10:35. Okay. All right, are we ready to begin again? Is it time?
Yes.
Okay, we'll call the Planning Commission back into session. And we are on item 6D, a public hearing for a front setback variance for a property located at 20795 Larkin Road. Again, this is a public hearing and we will entertain professional staff report.
Mr. Chair, it is not a public hearing. We skipped over the public comment at the beginning of new business for this item, but so we can take public testimony on this, but it is not a public hearing for the variance.
Okay, this says a public hearing.
The agenda?
Yeah, item 6D, request for variance. Item 1, staff report. Item 2, open public hearing. 3, closed public hearing.
Well, I'm not sure. Are you looking at Brad's cheat sheet?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's not a public hearing. So we can take it, we can treat it like one, but it's not. In any case, I'll give my presentation and then we can take public comments. How about that?
All right, sounds good.
The applicant is requesting approval of a variance to the front yard setback where a 50-foot setback is required in the rural residential district. Some history on this site: the applicant platted the 2-lot Larkin Addition subdivision in 2019. That same applicant is the person now submitting the variance request. The subdivision included a private drive to meet the frontage requirements, which is an option rather than requiring a developer to provide a new public street. The city occasionally allows, subject to certain standards, a private drive, but that private drive is treated like a public street for setback requirements. The city has a high level of discretion in approving a variance because the burden of proof is on the applicant to show that the variance standards have been met. This is the site. The subdivision subdivided this parcel here from this parcel. So there was an existing home that it remained on the north side and then created the second lot without frontage on a public street. So to meet the frontage requirements, they needed to extend a private drive 200 feet into the lot. And most of you were on the Planning Commission when we reviewed this, so it should sound familiar. And so they extended that private drive back into the lot. The property is in the, as I said, in the rural residential district. This is the approved preliminary plat. So this is Larkin, this is north. It carved off Larkin on the north, carved off this lot to create this 5-acre lot on the south for development. So the concept for the plat was required to show that they could meet the setback requirements, the 50-foot setback requirements. And to do that, they showed a potential house pad. They didn't have a house design, but they showed a 50 by 60 house pad. That's a pretty significant house pad. That's larger than the homes that we see in Ravinia. So it should give some room for a future developer to provide flexibility. Additionally, there's a lot of room south of this driveway to provide a house on this 5-acre site in compliance with the setback requirements. The new plan that was submitted showed two different concepts, and it's a little bit hard to see. There's a black outline here for the request for the house, and then the garage comes up here. So it's a big long rambler with an attached garage. And they showed an alternative site where they could shift the house slightly to increase the setbacks. But we don't review multiple options with the variance. So the variance request is for this plan with a 12.5-foot setback from the driveway here and a 2.63-foot setback from the driveway here where 50 feet is required. The variance standards we just reviewed for another application need to be met, and the applicant must meet all of these standards. If they fail to meet one of the standards, you should deny the variance. And staff finds that they do not meet the variance standards, particularly that there are no practical difficulties. This is a 5-acre lot. There's plenty of room on the lot to provide a house. The applicant could provide another home design and build the home where he showed the house pad on the original plat approval. So staff finds that there are no practical difficulties as outlined in the staff report, that the conditions are not unique and were created by the landowner. The landowner platted this property, put the road where it is, and looked at a potential house pad site on this site. So it's hard to argue that this is a unique condition not created by the landowner when he's also the developer. And the granting of the variance will alter the essential character of the locality. To start allowing a 2-foot setback from a street, whether it's public or private, really does change the character. Granted, this is at the end of a turnaround and is not visible from public streets, but it does change the character of the standards that were adopted in the ordinance. And the purpose would not be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the ordinance. When we establish private drive standards, we establish them to be consistent with the other street standards and create large setbacks in the rural district, and this simply doesn't allow that. And so for the reasons outlined in the staff report, staff finds that the variance standards have not been met. And we do recommend denial of the variance. However, and we've provided a resolution recommending denial. If you find that they have been met, you can recommend approval with findings of fact should you recommend approval, you would need to provide findings of fact for all 5 of the variance standards. You must meet all variance standards to approve a variance. So, Mr. Chair, with that, we recommend denial of the variance based on the findings in the staff report.
Okay, thank you, Kendra. Much appreciated. All right. Well, since this is not a public hearing, I don't know, Natalie, is there anybody that has requested to speak on this?
Yes, we do have one Zoom participant with their hand raised, Mike Tobias. Would we like to open up the public hearing?
Well, since this isn't a public hearing,
Right.
I don't want to open up anything. You know,
Mr. Chair, we did not do the public comment, though, that we normally do under new business. We skipped over that tonight.
Okay, all right.
So I think we should at least allow an opportunity for public comment because we normally would have done that at the beginning of 6 before we opened the public hearing for Right Hennepin, and I think we just all forgot that.
Okay, I agree, and that's fine. So we'll open this up right now for public comment. And Natalie, if you would unmute them, please. And again, to our caller, please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Mike Tobias. I live at 20801 Larkin Road. I'm the property owner immediately to the north of the subject site that you're talking about. And I purchased this lot from Nate, who's the owner of the project that the variance is requested on. You know, I would like to request that this variance actually be approved. Given that where this building pad was located is very close to my buildings on my property. I think by forcing him to put his house up in the upper corner of this project, this property is just going to detract from what you're calling your rural residential character, to have the 2 buildings basically adjacent to each other. There's plenty of land, and all he's really doing is asking to slide his house plan down the hill a little bit, you know, to be closer to the road. I never understood the purpose of this private drive, which extends in excess of 200 feet into his lot, and serves no other public purpose or serves no other property. It's essentially fundamentally the same as a driveway as anybody else has. So, you know, to have a 60-foot private drive right away and a 50-foot setback on top of that is just excessive, and it's going to wreck the character of the sites and the rural character of the neighborhood. You know, I saw his building plan, and it won't even fit on the 50 by 60 foot building pad, which is on the plat. So I guess from your rationale number 1, I mean, there is a practical difficulty, in fact, that his building pad won't fit on the site that's allocated for the building. You know, the main thing being is to have the 2 houses so close together when there's so much land available, you know, just doesn't make sense. And it's really all due because of kind of this excessive requirement for this driveway, which essentially is only going to serve his lot. So, I mean, you know, I know that there's set requirements that go with the zoning ordinance and things like that, but I mean, we are the only two people that are going to be impacted by this variance. And, you know, we would both like to see this variance. I would like to have this house moved further away from mine. And, you know, we're the ones that live here. This is our home. This is where we live. And, you know, to have it kind of just ruined by this requirement, which is kind of over the top, in my opinion, you know, that would be too bad. So thank you for your time, and I hope you please kind of take my comments into consideration on your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tobias. Natalie, is there anyone else right now?
I don't see any other hands raised.
Okay. Again, there's no public hearing to officially close. Kendra, is there any response you would like to provide Mr. Tobias?
Well, certainly
up
has
to
a
you.
right to support that. I would say the setback from his north property line is exactly the same. The proposed house under the approved plat was 25 feet and this house is 25 feet. So this doesn't move it further from his house. It just extends the length of the garage. But no, I think those are fair comments and the Planning Commission should consider them.
Okay.
But our job is to review it against the adopted variance standard, which is a high bar. Do they meet the variance standards?
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you again for your report, Kendra. And Natalie, I assume there's still no one else?
You assume correctly.
Okay. All right, we'll have a commission discussion and questions. Commissioner Dickman, would you like to lead us off?
I would, since they're pretty much my neighbors. It's a 400-meter run from my place up to the hill. I think the struggle I have is what Kendra laid out, which is the plat and the design by the applicant was the one who designed it. So to cite practical difficulties when you're the person that put the plat together is a bit of a head scratcher to me. The other thing is if we're talking practical difficulties, the neighbor to the east had to do something similar where they basically went over the wetland, which this property does go over a creek to build their home. So you could theoretically have the house go even further back. And the third comment is Mr. Tobias and Nate would share a driveway as part of the condition for the previous property. As the commission members may remember, that the existing driveway had to be removed from Mr. Tobias's house to Larkin, so that both he and Mr. Karanimi now have access via the private drive. So there was some delineation that had to be done and some site improvement that had to be done to go 200 feet back. And I think the dangerous precedent I would be concerned about within this specific variance is 2 feet and 12 feet is a lot different than 50. And you don't have to go much further up the road to see that the variance was upheld on Larkin Road with a 2-house private drive handled within code. So that's where I'm kind of in alignment with what staff's recommendation is not very clear that practical difficulties were shown here when you're the one that had created the plat less than 2 years ago. That's all I had.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dickman. Commissioner Wu? Would you like to?
I don't have any comments. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Verenkamp?
No comments, thanks.
And Commissioner Scholak?
No, sir, thank you.
Okay. I don't really have a lot other than, I mean, I talked briefly with Kendra about it today. I initially had some concern about the diagram. You know, in looking at that, I didn't quite really see where the, you know, where the issues were. But she clarified all that for me. I was out at the site and I did walk around there and I saw all of these markers out there. And I would agree with Kendra that it's not gonna push this thing back any further for Mr. Tobias than what it already is. I questioned the closeness of it while I was out there. I was like, why would anybody want to build a house where your front yard is in that guy's backyard? But that's just my own preference. But obviously you can see that there's a hillside there to the south that lends itself to a walkout. But that is not a consideration for us at this point, and I would agree with the staff report as well. Are there any other further questions or comments for staff? Professional staff. All right, not hearing any. We have a resolution then denying the variance for the front yard setback. Do I have a motion?
A motion that.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second, Camp.
All right, we have a second to deny the variance, and we'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Jacobs, yay. Commissioner Dickman?
Yay.
And Commissioner Scholak?
Yay.
Commissioner Varenkamp?
Yay.
And Commissioner Wu?
Yay.
Okay. The recommendation to deny the variance is confirmed. Thank you very much, everybody. All right, let us move on to item 7, reports and information, the planning project update. Anybody have any questions? Okay, sorry. If there are none, we'll move on then to item 7B, City Council report. Council Liaison Nichols, is he even still with us?
I am
Oh,
still with you.
there he is.
Hello, everybody.
How you doing? Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you for participating in a marathon session this evening.
This is standard for us.
This isn't a marathon.
Yeah, yeah. It's getting late,
it's still Thursday.
Yeah. Yeah. So what you have for us, Counselor?
I have a little bit of a list for you. So one of the things I wanted to touch on for your benefit, I know we spoke at the beginning of the year on Planning Commission goals for 2021. And the council just completed its own goal setting session a couple of weeks back. So I just wanted to share some of the top ideas that were discussed by the council. The top 3 that had support of 4 of the 5 councilors. One of those was complete a review of specific sections of the city code, including zoning ordinances, to increase incentives to incorporate the vision and Northeast District design guidelines. So this is firmly within the wheelhouse of the Planning Commission. You talked in the course of the session today about wanting to have a greater involvement in certain aspects of how the zoning is updated, and this is a good opportunity to do that. in alignment with the active goal of the council. And I know at the next council meeting next week, we're going to be laying out some thoughts from Brad and Kendra as to how we might approach that. I'll look forward to seeing the consolidated list that you folks are trying to put together of things that you thought might be good for us to consider. That'll be, I think, a really positive way to get us off on the right foot. The next goal that also was supported by 4 of the councilors was to facilitate expansion of broadband coverage in the city. So we've talked about internet access being spotty for a number of folks, some of them even on this call, and that will be something we will see what we can do to facilitate. Brad is already working toward that as well. Number 3 was work on developing a long-term financial model, including future revenue forecasts and comprehensive infrastructure financial planning. And this taps into the idea that as the city develops, we're getting infrastructure put in by the developers. Over time, that will need to be maintained by the city and supported by existing tax revenues. So we want to make sure we have a good understanding as we're aligning all of these new zoning ordinances. Are we likely to pull in revenue that is sufficient to cover those long-term liabilities? Can we cover replacement of roads with the property taxes the houses on the road will generate? And the same for other infrastructure, sidewalks, signal lights, utility infrastructure, and so on. So we're looking at doing what we can to try to understand what those long-term costs would be and make sure that we've got our tax policy and other design guidelines in place to make sure that we're doing things in a way that's sustainable long-term. So there are additional 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 topics that were supported by 3 of the council. One of them is to develop a economic development, marketing, and business development plan to help businesses that are in Corcoran succeed and thrive and draw new businesses in. The next is evaluate strategic opportunities to bring contract services in-house. So as we have done with Natalie, welcome Natalie, looking for places where it makes sense to start developing an internal capability to do things that we have outsourced historically. As we grow, there'll be more demand for the kinds of things that we have historically contracted. So it makes sense for us as a city to make sure that we do the same kind of make versus buy decision that any company would do. Not necessarily eliminating any reliance on contracts, but potentially supplementing and but shifting to a model where we use them for buffer capacity rather than as a primary resource. Next would be digitizing and implementing technology improvements to reduce cost and increase efficiency, including asset management programs. And this really ties into the idea of trying to remove some of the manual operations that city staff have to do that scale with the growth of the city. So utility billing, for example, is still relatively manual. A lot of the finance functions that the city does are relatively manual. So staff is working on putting together plans to implement software to try to automate as much of that as we can and make it easy for the city to accommodate its growth without having to add more people performing simple administrative tasks. And then finally, develop and implement the work plan for fire services. And this was another item I was going to touch on in a little more detail later on because it was discussed at the last council meeting. So for the fire services plan, there was a proposal put together in 2019 that the council recently authorized staff to continue working to develop, where we will likely initially begin looking at what we can do to better serve medical needs within the city by having some kind of a system in place to either voluntary staff or have staff from our existing EMS responders in Loretto and Rogers and I believe it was Hanover. Staff a site that would be able to respond more quickly to issues, especially on the eastern part of the city where we tend to see more demand. So staff is going to work on putting together a future vision for what that could look like that the council will consider more detail at a later date. We also approved updates to the Nelson project, which you folks were aware of because I believe you approved them just before we did. We also had a nice discussion with the Bellwether developer, Pulte, about their future expansion on land to the west. Council expressed an interest in trying to ensure that the city park that's part of that development plan would be accessible to residents and have an open feel and not be so enclosed within the neighborhood and within the houses that it feels like more of a neighborhood park rather than a city park. And try to ensure that as the trails are developed to go through that area, we try to the extent possible to make those go through natural areas rather than on neighborhood streets, just as a way to make it more pleasant, not only for the residents who probably would appreciate having more separation from trail traffic, but also for those folks using the trail to experience a natural environment rather than a neighborhood environment. We discussed the Appaloosa Woods paving project. We are proceeding with gathering more information there, including on pricing and potentially partnering with Maple Grove to further reduce cost. There was a similar discussion that we had with regards to the Corcoran Trail East and West loops. Again, authorizing a feasibility study to determine what options exist for either the overlay or replacement of those roads. Let's see. We also had an excellent planning session around developing in a careful consideration of whether water tower versus tank would make more sense in the city based upon long-term costs. There was some information that if we opted to go with the water tower route, the annual maintenance, or sorry, not annual, the regular maintenance to paint and maintain those towers is relatively significant. And it might be worth considering a tank system instead to avoid those costs. So we want to make sure that staff is evaluating both choices. And we also looked at the idea of doing a more intensive version of softening on the water that might be typical in the area to try to ensure that we're providing a high quality product to residents who go onto city water from the Maple Grove water that we're currently contracting for. That's the last item that I had on my list. I'm sure if Brad was here, he might have a couple things that I forgot. But I know Chair Dean, you often participate in some of those council sessions. So if there's anything else you wanted to discuss, I'd be happy to review it with you. And I see that we've got Tom and Alan here to provide additional color commentary if needed.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Nichols. I do have one quick question for you. So the work plan for fire services, and I heard about, well, it's more medical than it is actual fire, and I get that. And when you talked about staffing something here, would that also then include staffing a 911 operator within Corcoran or within our city facility, or is that still something that gets, I mean, I don't know, when I call 911, I couldn't even tell you where it goes. I don't know what city it goes to, but I know, like, for instance, the city of Eden Prairie has their own 911 call center. So I just was thinking, is 911 a city operated system, or is it a regional?
My understanding is regional, but I would defer to Matt to provide the detail on how that functions.
Yeah, yeah.
I can answer that if you'd like. There's the region that we're in is in Plymouth. There's the 911 center. As a reserve class, we got to tour it, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you, Jim.
Okay. Yeah, so as far as the top three, certainly number one, complete review of the code. I know that I'll be, I think we've already put on there review of the PDU ordinances. I think there's some other things in there about tree preservation and things like that. But then much smaller in scale might be than just defining what is gross building area. And I thought about a lot of what my conversation was with Kendra here today. And I think that we can draw a distinction as to what we, count as second floor square footage. The difference between a barn that has a loft for hay by a farmer on actual farmland versus the second floor of somebody sitting on a couple of acres building a garage with the second floor. I think these are things that can be easily ironed out, but the concept of gross building area and whatnot, I think is something, as our city grows, when we start talking about residential square footage, and then more importantly, commercial, industrial, I think those are definitions that we should probably get nailed down before we get caught, with something that somebody does. I know I've had several clients that will build, and I was at Heinen's in Osseo. And here they took an existing commercial building, but they put on, they build a second floor, if you will, mezzanine up above it. And the question is whether or not that's actual gross building area. And I've made arguments in front of courts that is not, if it's based upon, what they do is they just put up some I-beams, bolted to the ground. It's not attached to the building, and you could take it down. I've had anywhere from 80,000 to 130,000 square feet taken right off the tax rolls. But if there's a requirement or there's a limitation about square footage in a commercial or industrial building, and you don't have that lined up as to what that is, you could see where you might get yourself in some problems as to what an owner of property can and cannot do. So
I think related to that, Mr. Chair, we talked about total acreage versus what's truly buildable acreage. Like you mentioned earlier on this discussion, everything comes around wetland delineation and what is actually buildable acreage and development rights based on total acreage versus actual buildable acreage. And as more land can get moved from ag preserved or UR, I think that's going to continue to come up, where half of a property could be a wetland, but it's considered 15 or 20 acres when in reality you could only build on 7 of it. So I think that's something probably just to clarify and tighten up as we've gotten smarter at what's truly buildable and what is not buildable.
Well, we need to get a wish list of the things that we'd like to do. Again, all of these topics, I can see where they will fit nicely with the city council's top goals. I'd love to be a part of that. I think we should be a part of that, but that takes work sessions, and those would need to be scheduled, and we probably need to maybe have some, pre-readings for that, so that when we get there, we can all talk about it and what we think is a good solution or changes to those. So if any of you have anything that you feel strongly about, it doesn't hurt to just send them to Brad, and he can include them then in our annual report, which will be read before the city council on March 11th. So.
Yeah, and thank you guys for talking about internet, because as I sit here in Greenfield at my parents' house, that's where I'm taking the meeting from, because my internet connectivity is so poor in Corcoran. So
I was going to say you're coming in much better today, Mr. Dickman.
Yep.
Yeah.
T-Mobile hotspot, which is not available in Corcoran. So basically, you can use existing T-Mobile cell tower capability to have a hotspot that's actually put into your house. So it's a modem hotspot that's at my parents' house at Greenfield. And when I asked to get it in Corcoran, they said not available. So I think I'm like, yeah, but I got a high V 3 minutes away. How can I not have a T-Mobile hotspot?
For your benefit, I did just read that Starlink is offering satellite internet at 100 Mbps with 20 milliseconds of lag in the next year. And they're doing a better than nothing beta currently.
Yes. So we'll get there, but I know that's come up a couple times with residents, and not, we shouldn't be doing it for me, but certainly with the virtual or hybrid learning that's come into critical point. And then as a consultant and business owner, having that connectivity is huge because it allows me to live where I want to live, and still do work that I need to do. So.
Mr. Dickman, I didn't realize that we had an issue with broadband internet here in the city. Ours seems to be pretty good here, but
Well, I could
so
get
I was surprised to hear
broadband. Comcast does go down Old Settlers Road. Unfortunately, my setback is quite a bit different. So for the tidy sum of $14,500, I could have Comcast to my house. But the good news is with Comcast is the first 100 feet
That's
are
a
free.
deal, Jeff. We were told 40,000.
Yep. Yeah, the first 100 feet are free though, Meredith. Unfortunately, I've got a 0.2 of a mile driveway, so that gets me about from my mailbox to the culvert.
All right. Any other questions for Councilor Nichols?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I keep getting a lot of questions around Officer Zeke. Have we got a good plan going forward on bringing him back into our police force and stuff? I know I put it out on the internet or out on Facebook asking, and there was a summary and things were going. Is that still going good? I know there's a tremendous amount of money that was raised to get that in, to get him here. A tremendous amount of time by the previous officer, everything. I'm excited to get him back, and so are a lot of other residents and stuff that would really like to see some updates on him if it's possible.
That will be covered in, I believe, the March 11th meeting. That's on the agenda. Matt will be presenting his plan to get Zeke back out on the street. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else?
See, the mayor had his hand up.
Mayor McKee.
Oh, just
welcome.
On the internet topic, that we are working on a number of different options and starting to make some progress. And I did hear Commissioner Dickman, did you mention the T-Mobile? Is that what you were talking about?
Yes.
I've heard from a few people that they have had in town that they've had trial runs with T-Mobile and that they should be rolling that out throughout Corcoran sometime the next month or two. So I'm definitely keeping an eye on that, and might be a good short-term option before we get provider really throughout town that can provide quality high-speed access. So
5G, that's what we want.
There you go. Whatever gets us some better speeds, because for a lot of areas of town it's rough.
Yeah. As long as we don't do the St. Louis Park Wi-Fi model, which was to stick all those weird towers everywhere around and then have the company go belly up and the towers were still sticking there. But no
I'm not
Wi-Fi.
familiar with that, but I'll write it down and have to take a look at it.
That was a boondoggle.
Okay. Any other questions for our city council representatives? Okay. Thank you very much, both of you, for attending once again. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you.
All right, item 7C, other business. Any? Okay. Last item 8, our city council liaison. So we have on the 25th, we have Commissioner Scholak, and on the 11th, Commissioner Varenkamp. Moving out farther, is there anybody or anywhere in there, is there anybody that looks like they'll need a change? A swap?
You guys will have to cover the 8th.
Oh, that's right. This is your last meeting, apparently.
Yes.
Okay.
I was going to bring cupcakes.
Hey, you never know. We might all be back in City Hall by then. Who knows?
I can cover the 8th.
Okay. Thank you,
Mr.
Dean.
Chair, could we just slide everybody one meeting? Or do you want to?
So you mean move me to that?
Yes, and Shulak to the 22nd? Then
Yeah,
we can just keep our rotation, or do you want to?
I don't think I'll be snowmobiling in April, so I'll be, I'm good with that, you know, so Dean, thank you for that, but maybe that makes better sense. So I could take the 8th and Mr. Sholak could take the 22nd. I guess a question I have is, are we going to be down one, or we had a couple vacancies coming up? Who reapplied for the commission?
I don't know that. I can confirm with Brad and we can follow up next month. I believe Meredith has reapplied, I believe, but I'm not certain that we got any other applicants. Mr. Mayor, do you know? Or Councilmember Nichols?
I believe we have at least one applicant in as of right now, so it's a start.
Okay. So on our next meeting then, which is going to be scheduled for, I can't, let's see, it'd be the
March 4th.
March 4th. I don't suppose Commissioner Dickman's replacement will be confirmed in that, or possibly?
I don't know.
Okay, that's okay.
I'm not sure, yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, that'll do it, I guess, for now. So Chair will take a motion to adjourn this meeting.
So moved, very good.
Come on, Jim, I know you want to second it. Thank you, Jim.
Yep.
All right, roll call vote. Commissioner Varenkamp?
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobs, aye. Commissioner Sholak?
Aye.
Commissioner Dickman?
Aye.
Commissioner Wu is starting to yawn. I'm sure she's going to be an aye.
Aye.
Okay, very good. This
Thank you,
meeting
Jeff.
is,
Thank
this
you.
meeting is now adjourned. Thank you again, everybody, and thanks for sticking up this late.
Thanks, Natalie.
See y'all soon.
Thank you, Commissioner Dickman, for your
job.
service. I've appreciated
Good
working
luck,
with you.
Jeff.
Don't be a stranger.
I won't be.
Come back in 2 years.
Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah,
Really
we'll
appreciate
see what
your
it looks like.
time.
All right, see you guys.
Take care,
Thank you.
everyone.
Gotcha. Thanks, Jeff.
Bye-bye.
Bye.